So, this is Theological Dark Web, and you are Spencer Fansler. Yes?
Yes. Last time I checked.
And since it's the Theological Dark Web, even though we're talking about artificial intelligence, we are going to evaluate it, taking into consideration some theological ideology, I guess. I don't know if ideology is a swear word to you.
No.
No? Okay. So, I had several thoughts on this topic. One of them is that Christians, or people who are religious-minded, basically know nothing about artificial intelligence. The average...
Say perhaps more spiritually minded.
Okay, so spiritually-minded people who also understand artificial intelligence may be less common.
Yes.
So that'd be a safe way to put it. So we should probably talk about, like, what the heck is AI even in the first place. And there's a lot of definitions floating around out there. One definition I heard today is software that writes itself. And I'm thinking that used to be a way that people thought of it, but not so much now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you understand it, it's not really what's going on. You know?
Well, and depending upon the definition of AI that you're using, we've had AI for 50, 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, there's lots of video games where you have a computer player. That's an AI, if you mean a artificial intelligence, something that reacts to the world.
Yeah.
Or virtual world in this context, and behaves in rough ways or to achieve a desired outcome.
Yeah.
I would say that's the most basic definition of an AI, and I would say most everything, that'd be the largest definition, perhaps, so everything would be a subset of that for AI.
So you just the ability to get something to automatically do a task?
To react to a task that may not be always the exact same. Because it's one thing to say, move motor this way, and this way,
Mm-hmm.
and it always does that regardless of the environment it's in. But if you added an if statement for if your switch is flipped, go this way, do this thing, and if its switch is not flipped, do this other thing, I would say that qualifies as a rudimentary AI.
Okay. So any capacity whatsoever to sense possible states and take a different path.
Yes. I would say that's the largest umbrella term for an AI.
Okay.
And I think that's because it's artificial and it's intelligence, it's interacting, responding to the world.
Yeah. So you have to have sensors of some kind.
And it could be digital sensors as well.
Yeah. It could be a virtual world that you're interacting with.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be that it's looking at virtual states. It could be looking at hardware states, like if this key is pressed, do something.
Yep.
So in some way, by that definition, even a basic, like, adding machine or a typewriter
Absolutely.
could be like an artificial intelligence.
Oh yeah.
But when people hear artificial intelligence, they don't think typing in Microsoft Word. They think of something else. They think
Absolutely. And that would be where you'd get into subsets of that. Because you have more advanced, like when people think of like the AI that'll like take over the world, they're generally more thinking of something that would be called more colloquially a strong AI or a general AI. That is one which, for all intents and purposes, acts or has the capacity to reason and think like a human being, but is entirely artificial, so it may not have the same moral structure as a human being. And so that would be a subset still, so the strong AI would be a subset of the AI, but it would be actually several layers down. So like you'd have the AI, which is, it just makes changes based upon various inputs.
Yeah.
Um,
You can have, like, when I was a kid, me and another guy who was a programmer, we built this thing with Legos, and we had photo sensors that could just detect basically if it was bright or dark. And we had a simple program that when the value was more on the side of dark, it would give it basically a positive, a true value, and when it was on the side of lighter, it was false, and it would attempt to correct it. So it would keep turning until it went to dark again. And so we had the photo sensor out in front of this little tank, basically, and we put a black line on the floor, and it would drive forward whenever the photo sensor was over the black line, and when it lost it, it would turn it till it found it. And so it would drive along, and it would find this black line, and it would follow it. And it was really simple. It was really just detecting one state and reacting to it. Is it dark or is it light?
And you can do really advanced behaviors with just that.
Yeah.
Where you can design something where it will actually, you could have a sorting system, where as it goes along, you have a vehicle with a crate on it, and you can just drop stuff in the crate. It'll just drive along, and then once it reaches a certain spot, it might do a little roundabout thing.
Yeah.
And it'll have an arm to pick up the crate, and you can have really complex behaviors just from that.
Yeah. So looking at it, and this was back in the 90s, it seemed like a really sophisticated thing that we had come up with, and it was actually really simple, relatively speaking. The program was just a few lines of code, and it had one type of sensor, and it had some outputs to a couple of different motors. So the difference between strong AI and that would be, what, just a level of complexity?
Oh, no, not at all. So strong AI would be, that would be more where you went into where something writes its own code.
Okay.
So a strong AI would be something that would say, you wouldn't be able to tell it that when it sees the light on one side, to behave a certain way. Not exactly. You have to tell it in the same way that you have to tell a human child what to do. And then the AI would then use that to learn.
Okay.
For a strong AI. Now, so I would say, because you've got varying levels, you've got the simple AI, like I said. I would say the next level below that, so the next higher, I guess you want to call it, more complex. The next more complex would be something that, instead of it just being, let's say, a simple if statement, where it's just binary choices, one in which it will have states. So I would call it a state machine.
Okay.
So you'll have varying states, and it determines which of its inputs, based upon its inputs, which state to use.
Okay.
That's used for more advanced AI for games today. At least, like for example, Halo. The computer players in that used a simple state machine, and it was, when it came out, I believe it was lauded as one of the more, if not the most advanced AI for a game that had ever been put into a production game.
And so it's a state machine with a whole lot of possible branches and a lot of contingencies and probably a lot of work done by the programmers. When we have this combination of states, we take this action. We have this combination of states, we take this action. Yeah. So there's these little kids' toys that there's 5 buttons, and there's little blocks that have pegs on them, and they have either 1 or 5, 2 or 5 little pegs, or any combination of these 5 pegs. And so there's 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 possible states, depending on how those things are arranged, and it pushes combinations of buttons, and they can use that to tell you which of the 26 letters of the alphabet is it, or is it flipped over the other direction, and so there's however many 5 times 4 times whatever, that's the total number of possible states, and they've actually manually hard-coded.
I would say that would be inputs rather than states, because states usually refers more to the you say, oh, I have these inputs, when combined together do result in a state, therefore I should take a certain action. But you can have, it really depends, you might have 100 different inputs all result in one specific state, because if every single time this button is pressed, the state that it is in is going to be turn off.
provided I understand what a state machine is, which I think I do. That is a kind of state machine. It's just that the states are determined by the user's input. Which block did the kid put in to create this possible state?
Yes.
So I know with typical programming where everything is specifically done by the programmer. They have to, if there's a possible state, then the programmer has to be aware that that is a possible combination of however many different variables, and have to do something when this branch of who knows how many, this tree that can branch in all these different ways, the programmer has to write exactly what it does in this state. And machine learning, which is associated with AI, but it's a different thing.
Well, that would be the next level down, I would say.
Machine learning?
Yeah.
It's not done the same way. So there's a different approach to programming that is not, and I'm saying this just for the sake of the audience who may or may not understand anything about programming. You give the computer specific instructions to do all these different things depending on all of these possible conditions, or machine learning, which the computer sort of randomizes. It's something like code, but it's not really code as much as it is a whole bunch of interconnected nodes that can be adjusted. It's kind of like if you had a big soundboard and you had a whole bunch of inputs and you had a bunch of different positions you could turn the knobs. You could adjust the weights on all of these knobs between 0 and 1, and you're going to get a different output. Well, if you had enough of these knobs and enough possible states from these knobs, you could play a song by AC/DC, and it would adjust it and it would come out as a song by Linkin Park. It's, theoretically that's possible.
Right. And so I would say the next level down would be the neural nets, which are, it's basically the state machine, except the computer is the one who configures the state, the relationship between the states and the inputs.
Yes.
And it's usually in such a way that it is not something that a human being can understand how it just got there and what it's actually doing.
Yeah, and there are ways that they can get some information about what the computer is doing, but it's creating like this web of nodes with all of these tweaks to it, and it's, what is it? It randomizes it to start?
It varies. It depends upon the techniques that you're using. Like there are ones there you'll use, basically you use the concept of evolution, which is you say, okay, I have a fitness score. So like you have a separate program or you have an individual or something that knows, given these inputs, this is the expected output. And so like you might have like 100 images of, like let's say you have 50 images of dogs, 50 images of cats. And you're trying to make a program that can identify cats when it's shown pictures of cats and dogs and wants to know the difference. So you would have a person manually go through and say, this image is a dog, and then this image is a cat. And so you would have the program, its input would be the image, well, the image data, in this case all of the pixels, and it would, and you probably want to strip the metadata from the image, but that's another thing. It would go through and it would say, it would basically output dog or cat would be its output. And it would compare, did it get it right, yes or no? And then it will run another one with a slightly changed, like in this case of randomizing the network. It would then run a second where it's randomized, and it will compare and see which one was more accurate. And theoretically, by doing this thousands of times potentially, even sometimes as short as 100, you can actually get it to rather high accuracy. Especially where you'll go like, okay, let's say you have each generation as you have 10 of them, okay? And then what you do is you grab, like, let's say the two most accurate, and you merge their values together in 10 different ways. Theoretically, it's going to be more accurate, at least some of them will be, and so you can actually dramatically increase the speed, usually, that it really gets, that you get an accurate result.
Yeah, okay, so So essentially what it does is you have a goal. You want the computer to be able to, like say we go back to the model of our little car that was following the black line. And rather than programming it, you just give it a goal of go over there. And now it has to generate its own program and try to go over there.
And all the only inputs it has is that one photo sensor.
Yeah, that's the only thing that it has. So, well, it has to have a way of knowing if
Well,
it's
like
over
let's say
there.
it's got a photo sensor, and then you have a button that you can press or something
Yeah.
to tell it that it's right.
And it basically, it only knows did it succeed or did it fail.
Or not even that. You could just do it manually once it runs.
Okay, so it runs. Did I succeed? Did I fail? It tweaks itself. Did I succeed? Did I fail? It tweaks itself. It succeeded. Okay, try a slightly different situation. Did I succeed? Did I fail? And then you keep doing that. And as it keeps adjusting itself and tweaking itself and changing the math slightly, it eventually gets to a point where this incredibly complex network of maths is every time doing the task that it's designed to do. But it's basically doing it by trial and error until it eventually gets to this balance where it can actually do this thing. That's essentially what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as smart as maybe people want to think that it is. It's more like just a bunch of knobs that have been adjusted.
Yep, and it's usually good at that one task, and that's it. Because if you were to show that one, that earlier one where you had it, let's say it was 99% accurate identifying a dog versus a cat.
Mm-hmm.
Now you showed a picture of a giraffe. It's going to be confused because it's never seen a giraffe before, and so it might say, oh yeah, that's a dog.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't know any better. All it knows is this a dog? Is this a cat? And so that's why it's so important for having very large data sets when doing AI, which is actually the biggest problem, in my understanding, is getting large enough data sets. That's why you'll see like lots of Google does those captchas where it'll have humans say, is this a bus?
Mm-hmm.
And you have that grid, identify which ones have crosswalks.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually using that to build a data set so they can say, oh yeah, if we have, let's say 100 people say that this is a crosswalk, it's probably a crosswalk. So now we can put that into our data set, this image, and say, yep, this is a crosswalk. And so they automatically are filling the data set that way.
Yeah.
Instead of having to hire people to do many hours of just going, yep, that's it.
Well,
and then having to hire more and more people to make sure that...
A CAPTCHA, the idea is you have to get it right or else it won't let you in. Like they'll have those letters that are all jumbled and you're trying to log into your account for some dumb thing.
Well, that's the older style captchas at
Right.
least. The newer ones.
But the newer ones with these, which of these images have a traffic light, the user may not recognize, they may not realize that they're actually training Google's AI when they're doing this. They may just think, oh, a computer wouldn't be able to tell if there's traffic lights in these images, so it's a way of weeding out the bots.
Well, and the trick that Google does is, my understanding at least, is they'll have you have to do say 2 different challenges.
Mm-hmm.
The first challenge, they already know beyond a shadow of a doubt the answer. And so that's the one that they're using to determine if you're human. The second one is used to train their system.
To see if you're intentionally screwing with it. Because I would be tempted to do, and I do that sometimes. When I know that it's an AI, I will intentionally just throw the results off, I don't know, because I'm a little bit of a troll, I guess.
But the trick is, they may not always do the first one is the training one, the one to determine if you're a human.
Yeah.
So it can be hard to know on that sometimes.
But there's an incentive to give it the right answer because you're trying to log into something.
Exactly.
And so you're not going to intentionally input the wrong data, theoretically.
And also, because they're doing such a large quantity of people, well, you have 10 out of 100 people disagree. 90% accuracy, that's good enough.
Yeah, 90% accuracy is better than, most human drivers, probably, so.
Yeah, for most things.
Yeah, so one of the things that is interesting to me about this whole artificial intelligence thing, and that's how easy it is, how attainable it is. So
the neural networks, I would even say, is a relatively mature technology at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of like making a phone call on a smartphone. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but
Yeah.
this guy called me and he's like, I want to set up an artificial intelligence that will identify concealed weapons. And I had never worked in AI before, no idea even the basics about it. Well, I mean, some of the basics, but I'd never attempted to do it. So I went online, found a tutorial, and from absolutely zero experience with AI, a week later, we had an infrared camera set up, the feed going into a TensorFlow system that was identifying concealed weapons.
Which is a Google product.
TensorFlow. It is yes, TensorFlow is a Google product, which I know you have misgivings about Google.
I do.
Yeah, just you can't say. There's certain words that we don't want to say during. Misgivings about Google. I don't know if we'll get flagged for that. Maybe. I mean.
Nah, I think we're good.
Probably not. Anyway, so yeah, it took us a week to figure out how to hook this thing up, and we had a system that could see through your clothing and see if you were carrying a concealed weapon, and an artificial intelligence that would draw a little box around it and identify it as a gun or a knife or something like that. And it was reasonably accurate, especially considering we trained it with 150 images.
Which is nothing for AI stuff.
Yeah.
Images easily, if you want to get accurate, 10,000 is probably a good starting point.
Yep.
And that'll get you to usually around 95+% accuracy.
So this process, basically, whether it's, and say you're doing image detection, you get a whole bunch of images of the thing that you want the artificial intelligence to be able to identify. So like playing cards, for example. Mm-hmm. You get playing cards, and you say you want to just identify the face cards. You get lots of examples of face cards in lots of different situations. And you take all these pictures with your cell phone of a face card laying on the couch and laying partially obscured and laying on the sink and with a cat sitting on it and somebody holding it and all these different possible situations that a playing card could be in. You just take tons and tons of pictures of these things, mm-hmm. and then you open them up and you manually draw a little box and you say Jack of Spades or whatever.
Right.
And you do that for all of these different images. You have the Jack of Spades.
And you don't have to manually draw a box. It depends upon whether or not you want to identify the location of the card and what the card is. If you do, you're going to probably want to do those boxes. But if you're like, does this image have a card of this type in it, then you don't necessarily need to do that.
Yeah, I guess there's ways of doing it without even doing that manual input thing.
Right.
But to get it more accurate, more quickly, to train with fewer images, you can help the AI to cull bad data, basically, yes. by drawing a little box and saying this is the Jack of Spades. So you do that, and then you put 80% of your images into the train folder and 20% into the test folder, and then the AI will generate basically an algorithm, this massive algorithm, that's all these interconnected nodes that are basically set up at random, and it will use that to try to identify all of the jacks and all of the test images. Or it identifies the ones in the, I don't know. Help me out here. How does it work? It
would go through the test images
Well, it goes through the training images first. And
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
and it sets up a system based on the information in the training folder. And then it says, okay, based on this algorithm, we know these are all Jack of Spades. Now let's go through and let's see if this algorithm identifies them correctly. If it doesn't, tweak it a little bit, and then try again. And if it doesn't tweak them, tweak it a little, try again. You let that run literally 40,000 generations is what I do.
Which can take days of computing time, depending upon...
We use small images, and so it took me about 3 hours to train on my 250 images for the gun detection. So I'd let it run, and I'd see it's basically creating these little robots, these little algorithms, and then it's deleting them or destroying them. Create a new one and destroy it. Create a new, and it just does that. It runs about 40,000 generations of this thing, and then it's pretty accurately identifying whether.
Yeah.
So that's the process. And
now here's the thing that you have to be aware of is, let's say you're doing the cards, and all of your images have cards in them. The problem is your system is going to likely have a it'll probably be pretty good at identifying when there is a card, but it may not be very good at identifying when there isn't a card. Because you also want lots of examples of, oh, there are no cards here at all.
Yeah.
So,
it's only going to be as good as the data that it is given.
Yep.
And if you give it good data and you think about what you're giving it, then it's going to work a lot better.
Right. Like, I know of a guy who has been working on a AI antivirus software, and the software would have been able to catch, like 2-3 months before anyone else, several 0-day exploits that let hackers get into computers and basically do whatever they wanted, and they had basically free reign for like 6 months.
Yeah.
And this guy's software would have been, if it was running, if the test version of the software was running on computers, it would have caught it, and it would have been great. But his issue is he doesn't have a large enough data set. He needs terabytes of actual files and ones that he knows do have viruses in them and ones that he doesn't know. He needs to know whether or not they have viruses or not. And when you're talking terabytes, that can be hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of manual work going through and sorting that stuff. And you also have to get those files in the first place, because he needs it to be real files, not ones that he made a test environment. Because if he just makes a test environment where he's downloaded stuff and then he's also intentionally downloaded some viruses, it's not going to behave exactly the same as a real world environment. So he's had a hard time. He's like, hey, company, can I have access to your servers on the back end, just like a copy of your files, like your internal stuff? I won't look through it. I'll look through it, but I won't use it, and I'll pay you for it.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't actually want their data except for the purposes of training AI. And like, imagine asking, I don't know, PetaPit, to have access to their internal documentation and stuff. They're not going to say yes to that.
Right.
But he needs that sort of data in order to train it, and so that's been his hang-up. But he had it. It's stupidly fast and great, but it's not there yet.
Yeah. So one of the limitations is that it's hard to come up with the data. Something interesting, though, about artificial intelligence, copyright laws, according to the lawyers that we've been working with, because I'm doing an AI project for a guy right now, the copyright laws don't apply when you're asking, can I use a copyrighted image to train my AI?
That makes sense.
So
you're not actually distributing the copyrighted image.
Yeah, and
at least you shouldn't be.
Yeah, you're not copying it. You don't even have to save it. You can just have the AI look at it and.
And this is the other cool thing about neural networks is it can take you terabytes of data to train it, but the actual file, once it's done training, is tiny and way more efficient, because the training can take 3 hours to run, for example. But once it's actually done, it takes, 1/10 of a second, maybe, to run, and it's just minuscule. And so you can actually have, once it's actually exported, the AI, or the network, it's smaller than manually programmed software that will do the same task.
Yeah.
And it can be more accurate.
It's interesting that, like, if you're on Facebook or whatever, if you have social media of any kind with images of you on it, absolute guarantee there is an artificial intelligence looking at images of you, using that image of you to train something. It's probably associating the body of text with your face in some way, so your social media presence is being fed into Google Analytics and, I don't know, Watson and whatever. I don't know which ones are out there doing what right now. A lot of it's classified, but...
Well, and also a lot of that, there's
proprietary.
You can get that information yourself. Not like, what you could do is you could just have if you wanted to, you could have a computer, a software that will just randomly go to different people's pages on Facebook that are public, take an image of them, like it'll actually screen capture it, and then read the data that way. And you can just have it automatically do that.
you and I probably, if we wanted to commit to it, in a matter of a couple of weeks, could probably build something, a web crawler that would go to Facebook pages, would use AI, would look at all of these people, would figure out their names based on their faces, would figure out their interests based on the context of their, text messages and things like that. And then maybe we could even hook it into security cameras somewhere.
Right.
And if that person, walks by, we could have a billboard nearby, pop an advertisement with something that we know that they're interested in.
Right.
And that kind of stuff is happening all the time.
Oh, yeah. Maybe not the billboard stuff as much, but...
Not yet, because there's not as much...
There are some places that do it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the reason why that hasn't been done yet is not because it's not doable technically. It's expensive to get a monitor that big.
Yeah.
And so it's just not worth it from the expense point of view, usually. And then also camera, and you'd want to be relatively small, so only the one person you're trying to send ads to is seeing it, because otherwise you're driving along the road and it's like, oh, it sees one person and it shows a picture of baby wipes. Well, not everyone on the road is going to want baby wipes, but maybe you just have one person. And so it's like, well, it's not beneficial.
There was a teenage girl shopping at Walmart, and coupons came out recommending like baby formula and diapers and stuff like that. And she's like, why am I getting this? And based on the algorithms that they were using, which were combing her Facebook page and stuff like that, just the tone of her conversation, the artificial intelligence figured out what kinds of behavioral changes happen when a person becomes pregnant. And so Walmart knew she was pregnant before she knew.
Yep, because she was craving certain things that women who are pregnant normally crave.
Or whatever.
Or are more likely to. Or like her diet had changed for some reason. She was like wanting more ice cream than she normally gets.
Yeah, or it could just be that she was more emotional. One of the weird things about AI is that because you can't dissect it, it's really difficult to know how is it making its determinations. And sometimes it's picking up on things that we're not even aware of.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Well, and I say this jokingly, but also entirely seriously, Facebook knows when you poop. If you use Facebook frequently and you have any sort of pattern, it's going to know, oh, you're on consistently at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's while you're on the toilet. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But it's able to make that sort of pattern, and you'll see they're probably being pretty careful about it, because that would freak people out to get an ad of you low on toilet paper while they're on the toilet.
Yeah.
And so that's actually a concern where they actually will have to keep it more secret, because people will freak out. Because they're like, what the hell, can it read my mind?
Yeah.
Can it see what I'm doing? And so it's not that they're concerned that... It's not that they're like, oh, we have problems with it. It's that people get concerned that, oh, it's actually visual, like using the camera on your phone to record you, and then it knows that you're using the phone poop. But it's not. It's legitimately, what time are you on Facebook?
Mm-hmm. When I got my first smartphone, which was not that long ago, because I'm kind of behind the times, but I was driving to work the same route for a few days, and my phone beeps a notification, and this was before people were openly paranoid about their phones watching them, and so now they don't let on that they're watching it. They're still doing it, but they're not as overt about it.
Yeah, way more subtle about it.
But my phone popped up a notification that says, you're about to leave work. Do you want to take your normal route? There's a route with less traffic. And it showed on a map the route that I had been driving, what time I left in the morning. And I'm just going, oh my gosh, my phone has been watching me. And I never even turned on anything. How does it even know this? I didn't know that it was keeping track of my location and the time I got. How does it know that I'm at work? It says I'm at work, and it showed where I'd gone to the coffee shop, and everybody's smartphones all the time they're doing this. And they also have motion sensors in them. They also have, voice detection in them. If I said, okay, Google, right now, my phone is going to be on.
Like that.
And my phone's on right now, because it's listening all the time. They call it passive listening.
Right.
But it's listening all the time.
And the trick for that, usually, for those who are paranoid about it, is it's usually got an AI.
I don't understand.
Yes, I'm sure you don't, Google. It's got an AI that all it does is it's trained to be able to identify, okay, Google, really well. That's
Yeah.
all it does, and that is constantly running on the phone itself. It doesn't send any information to Google servers until after you say, okay, Google. And, oh, it did catch my voice.
Yeah.
Normally it gets tweaked slightly to adjust to a specific individual or
Yeah, but it can pick up the tone of your voice. And I worked with a guy.
Twitter.
I worked with a guy in France who was developing one of these things early on, and he was taking advantage of all of the data that your phone can pick up. And the phone can, like right now, it can tell the tone of our conversation.
Yeah.
Like if we were angry with each other, the phone would know that. And then it would correlate that with what time of day is this. And it would correlate that with who am I talking to. And it could figure out that I'm angry, I tend to be angry at this particular person at this time of day. And then they could look at you on Facebook and figure out what your interests are. They could figure out the differences between the two of us. And they could use that information for advertising,
Right.
or, I don't know, military, or just intelligence gathering.
Right.
Or
And here's the trick. They don't even need, let's say, Facebook. I talk to 2 different people who have Facebook accounts and have smartphones.
Mhm.
It can identify that there's one person, same name, Spencer, and that both people are talking to me at different times, and it can actually identify that I know both people, even if I don't have a Facebook account. And so they can actually, based upon what the individuals are, like when they say Spencer, it's like, oh, they're talking about that Spencer that doesn't have a Facebook account. So they can actually create a invisible profile for me on Facebook that I never even know about because I've never even made an account. And so they have that data that they gather that's about me. There is minimal protections for my sake. It's for your sake. Because you're the one who signed the terms of service. So information they gather, if let's say the terms of service says we won't use this information to harm you, right? Any information we gather will not harm you. Well, if it gathers information from you about me, I didn't sign that terms of service, so they could use all that information legally about me to harm me.
yeah.
Within
Basically,
reason, of course.
if you are connected to a smart device, or you know somebody who's connected to a smart device, then the companies like Google, for example, they have all of the data on you,
Yeah.
down to the time that you poop, pretty
Yes.
much.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of Google.
Yeah.
Is because they have far too much data.
What's fascinating to me is like a 15-year-old kid with no knowledge of programming can go online and I want to figure out how to use artificial intelligence, and a month later they could be making their own self-driving car.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
it's,
yeah. I know a guy. He actually does have a self-driving car locally. He made it himself.
Yeah.
There's some open source self-driving car kits that you can purchase.
Yep, and it's all free. TensorFlow is free.
Mhm.
Google's neural network system. That's what we used, and we're using it on this other project for a dermatologist right now. And we're training it to identify skin conditions and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
and it's just the same thing where you put a label on it and say this is carcinoma, this is a melanoma, whatever, and then it does this randomizing thing, and then it spits out a result. And given enough data, it's already been done in dermatology, and it's like a 90% accuracy versus the best dermatologists have something like 70 to 80. So it's
Right.
outperforming.
And it can be on your phone. So it's like you take a picture. Oh yeah, you should go to get that taken a look at. And that's all it needs to know is it something that you need to take a look at, and
Yeah.
yeah.
So you've heard Elon Musk talk about should we summon the demon, right? And he's concerned that when artificial intelligence becomes just considerably smarter than us, that we'll lose control of it.
Right.
And the legislation should be put in practice.
So that's where it gets to the next layer, below
Okay.
neural networks. Neural networks, at the level that what we were talking about,
Mhm.
I would say you don't have to really worry about for the most part, because there's always going to be a human involved in that at some level. Okay?
Right.
It's the next level. I would say there's 2 levels, possibly 3, below that. So the next one would be where you have a neural network.
And just to clarify, neural network is we train this one AI to do this one task.
Kind of, yeah. So the neural network would be, it's got a whole bunch of inputs and it's got outputs.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a whole bunch of different things, and it just randomizes the stuff in the middle to make the decision. So it's like it randomly does a whole bunch of if statements and the relationships between things to result in the output that you want, and you train it through what we were talking about earlier.
To identify dogs or playing cards
Right.
or moles or something.
The next level, but all of that you usually have, actually to my knowledge, I would say you always have the fitness, or in this case, which would be the data, is always done by a human.
Mm-hmm.
The next level would be where you use another network to go through and train, to sort through the data or to determine the fitness of the first network. So for example, let's say you want to have let's go back to the cat and dog identifier, okay? You want to make it absurdly accurate,
Mm-hmm.
but you as a human only have, let's say, 3 cat and dog images,
Mm-hmm.
okay? You train it with those, and then what you do is, as you get more images, you throw them in the test data set, and it will go through and label them, and then it trains itself on those labels. Now, that runs into some serious issues, but you could, within reason, actually use that to save the time on your side of going through and labeling all of those cat and dog images, because it will have labeled it itself and then tested it. The problem is, usually you have it as 2 separate programs. So like what you would do is you'd have, let's say you have like 10 different programs or AIs running simultaneously, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then if 80% of them agree that it's a cat or it's a dog, then it labels it that way. And then, so you basically and then you put that into the training system to train all of them again. And so it ends up taking a lot longer because you're doing 10 times the work. So if it would have taken 3 hours, it's now taking 30 hours, but it's not 30 hours of your time, it's because it's going through the images itself to label them.
Right.
And so it can actually be more efficient. And that can be done dynamically. That's that phase where it's, well, actually I would say that's the next phase below. But the phase is, it trains itself, basically.
Yeah, and it's still the same paradigm. You're still talking about a whole bunch of nodes with weights on them. A whole bunch of dials that are between 0 and 1, and those dials are all being adjusted until the program does what you want it to do.
Right. Well, and I would say that's the same paradigm all the way down, even to probably to strong AI. Because I think that's even potentially, depending upon your view of things, that's our current understanding of how our brains work, is it's basically a whole bunch of nodes that behave in certain ways.
That's the way that we understand it. I mean, yes. The neural networks thing, it was inspired by looking at neurons in the brain and how these connections are made randomly and this kind of stuff. And there's been a few different models for neural networks, like should we connect to this node or delete it, or should we, how many nodes do we want to have? And there's lots of different ways that they can play with it, but ultimately all of the different paradigms for AI are similar.
Yeah, I would say so.
There's like one approach and just some slightly different ways of messing with the details. Like there's also generative adversarial AI.
Right, and that would be where you want to describe it?
Well, it's the same paradigm again. It's just this neural network that's a whole bunch of dials that are adjusted, essentially. Input goes through a bunch of math, and then output. And but it does it in it's usually, like for games, is a really, really easy example for how generative adversarial AI works. So say you train an AI to play chess, and you play a bunch of games, and it gets to where it can sort of play chess. Or maybe you don't have anything but the rules.
Right, and it can. Oh yeah, exactly.
You just have the rules for chess. You can only move this way, and this is what a win condition is. You have to describe the rules of the game, including how the board starts and which direction the pieces can move, and what is a win condition. And it has to know that win condition equals success, and it's trying to do that.
And that's a relatively simple program just to do that.
Yeah, and so then it plays itself.
Yeah.
And it just randomly does moves.
So you have two AIs where it randomly generates it, and then one AI wins.
Yeah.
Oh, that gets a point. Then you do another one, and so on. And the ones that have more points have children created, and then you have those children play each other.
Yeah.
And so the idea is eventually you're going to result in an AI that's really good at playing chess.
Mm-hmm. And even though it's just randomizing, the fact that it's playing 20,000 games every millisecond, or something like that.
Maybe not millisecond, but seconds.
Yeah, it's playing hundreds of thousands of games in a very short amount of time. It could literally have played 100,000 years worth of games in a matter of a few days.
Yeah.
Because it's playing it so fast. Because it's all virtualized, and chess is relatively simple, and it's going to hit a dead end pretty fast. And making those moves in computer time, anyway, it could play.
And it can predict, and that depends on. Because that's the thing about neural networks is it doesn't really predict in the same way.
But as it's playing against itself, it's getting better and better and better really, really fast. And then the world's best chess player doesn't even have the remote possibility of winning against this thing after it's trained for a few days.
Right, and there are some techniques where you can actually beat it. But in order to beat it, you have to know such a degree about the thing that you have to know what its weaknesses are. Because, like, for example, let's say for whatever reason, and this happens, this is actually one of the bigger problems that a lot of neural networks have to deal with, like the people are making them, is let's say you can get the board in a certain way, like you move your queen forwards. It might say, okay, it needs to kill your queen as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can actually use your queen to bait it out.
Mm-hmm.
But the AI isn't trained to deal with humans doing strange tactics.
Yeah.
Because the AI it's been trained against itself. So that's where you almost want a whole bunch, the more variety of different tactics that the AI goes against, the better it gets.
So that could just be a nuance of how the adversarial AI is randomizing. And so, so there's different ways of deciding at what point do we want to randomize further, do we want to increase this value, start a new generation.
Let's say you're 100 generations in and you're like, hey, we're going to now completely do an entirely new system and we're going to do another 100 generations of that. Yeah. So it's hopefully it plays completely differently. And then you start over. And so that gives you some more variation in how it plays, what's been trained to play against. This is where you'll see facial recognition, where people will have really weird looking masks, and the AI it'll look at it and go, oh, that's not a person, that's a truck. Because for whatever reason, because it's all correlation, right? Mm-hmm. Neural networks are 100% correlation. It's just correlation brought to the extreme. And so, for example, you got in summer, murders increase directly proportional to ice cream sales. Therefore, ice cream sales cause murders.
Yeah.
That's false. It's actually, they're both related to another data set, which is temperature. As temperatures increase, both ice cream sales and murders both go up at the same rate. But if you don't give the AI the temperature, what it's going to do is it's going to look at ice cream sales and say, ice cream sales have jumped, murders are going to go up. Or vice versa.
Okay, so that's where we're getting into what are the kinds of problems that AI has. It's, as far as just generally what is AI, AI is basically it's a computer system that can be trained to do a task with very little effort on the part of the person who is training it, and it can do tasks that seem very human in the sense that they're kind of organic, like identifying pictures of cats, or identifying cancer on a CAT scan, or identifying guns underneath a person's jacket with infrared cameras.
That has cats on it.
It has. Teaching it can be taught to play chess. It can be taught.
Right. Can even be taught to write books.
Not very well yet.
Not very well yet, and that's because it's such a complicated subject.
Yeah. You and I went down with your friend, and we drove a little RC car around the track. Drove it for, 20 minutes or so. And the whole time it's driving, it's picking up sensor data.
Mm-hmm.
And then he dropped it into, what was he using, TensorFlow, I think?
I think it was, yes.
And let it train for, 20 minutes.
It was like 5.
5 minutes? It didn't take very long. And then he hooked it up to the RC car, and immediately it took off and headed out into the street. But after he messed around with it a little bit and made sure it was all working right, it was driving around the track exactly like I was. It was even making the same mistake that I was
it was always
making.
cutting the same corner that you always cut.
'Cause there's that one sharp corner, and it would do it just like I did. So it was picking up on that, and you could pick it up and put it anywhere near the track. It'd find its way back onto the track and start driving that same pattern again.
Mm-hmm.
And it just took us, like a total of 20 minutes to do that, to
an hour,
create our own
20 minutes, 25, 30 minutes.
And it was all free online software. He was even training it on the web.
Yeah.
So it's just crazy how accessible this is. When Elon Musk talks about summoning the demon, should we let this out of the box? It's out of the box already. It has become public domain already. There is no going back at this point. We can't decide not to develop AI at this point.
That goes to a more philosophical. I'm actually not sure that it is out of the box, personally. Not the demon that Elon Musk was talking about, because I think that's where the next 2 levels of the AI hierarchy are. I don't know where it is, but the next level after it self-doing the training is it self... I would say the next level, actually I guess it would be just the next one, would be it's able to say, what should I be doing? Okay?
So
that would be I want this to I want this to identify cats and dogs. Well, you don't tell it, you don't give it something saying it's cats and dogs. You train, and this is really more, we really haven't gotten very far on this yet. We're just touching on it, is my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Where it will actually, you won't ever tell it, I want to identify cats and dogs. It will identify that there is a theme. This thing kind of looks like, these things kind of match and are similar, and these things match and are similar, but they're both sets are similar, like they both are 4-legged animals, is what it might be, but it won't label it that, because it doesn't think in language, and it doesn't use language, and if it did, it wouldn't use language that we use.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be manually. You'd say, oh, okay, it's grouped these images together in this way. Oh, these are 4-legged animals. Oh, these are cats, these are dogs. And that's, so it actually doesn't, you don't actually tell it what to do so much as it just kind of does it itself. And that's incredibly difficult to even approach, because how do you train that? Because, let's say it just decides to sort them by the color of their fur instead.
Yeah.
You have to know that, and that's hard.
Yeah, there's lots of weird things that it can do. Like, this AI was training to recognize images, and it was being trained to recognize dumbbells, exercise equipment. And then they showed it pictures of exercise equipment, dumbbells, and I couldn't find it. It was like misidentifying all of them. And so you could run it backwards and say, well, generate, based on these criteria, you essentially run the algorithm backwards and it spits out an image. And it spit out an image of an arm holding a barbell. And so it didn't recognize it without the arm. Or there was this one type of fish that it was mislabeling. And so they ran it backwards to figure out, well, how do you know it's this type of fish? And it was always 2 fingers. like this. And it's because there are so many pictures of people holding it up that the fingers on that particular fish show up in almost every one of the images
Right.
of that fish. Or like the wolf.
And that gets to the correlation issue.
Yeah. There was a wolf, and it was identifying a German Shepherd as a wolf. And they do look similar,
Right.
but not similar enough that you would think that it would get it wrong every time. So it's like, well, what are you identifying as a wolf? And it was the snow. The fact that all of the images of wolves that it had access to, it's apparently a popular theme, wolves in the snow. And so it's like, oh, there's a dog and there's snow. It must be a wolf.
Right, exactly. And that's still more of that last layer that we did, where it's the neural networks that are creating the training data, but you get it started.
Yeah.
And that's always going to require human intervention, I would say. The level below is where you just kind of create it, and then you let it go, and it does stuff.
Yeah.
And then eventually, theoretically, will end up doing something useful.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where that's the danger, is because we don't know what that can do, because maybe it's who knows, you didn't train it, you didn't tell it to do anything really.
Yeah. That one incident where a Tesla drove into the side of a truck.
Right.
It was trained to identify trucks, but trained to identify trucks from behind. And a truck from behind looks very different from a truck, side profile.
Right.
And the person was not using it on the highway where you normally see trucks from behind. It was using it in traffic, which is not really designed to do that. And so this truck goes by, and it probably, their best guess is it thought it was a street sign or something, because it doesn't look like a truck to the AI. I mean,
Right.
it's never seen trucks from the side before.
Or only a couple times, and it's like,
And that's just, it's an oversight in the way that people are training it, just like
Right.
the oversight of not realizing that wolves are always shown in snow,
Right. And it just comes down to that correlation.
Yeah.
And,
That is one of the dangers of AI.
yeah, and I don't think that's the demon, let's say. That's
That's just a failure to understand.
exactly.
And that happens with regular code writing.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't realize when you...
I can't even say that it's more or less common. It might even be more common.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
regular code
really
writing.
easy when you're writing code to identify something based upon certain conditions and write some code that looks for that. And you really have a similar situation, but it's just not the one that you're searching for. And so your code fails miserably, or does something that you had no idea it was going to do. Does something completely weird and unexpected. We were creating cloth simulations at this company, and frequently we would have the clothing just like do completely bizarre stuff. Like it would shrink up super tight, like it had been, run through the washing machine and dryer 50 times, and it was made of wool. And it's like, why is it doing that? There's nothing in here in the code that's doing it. And you realize there's like this one tiny little variable in here somewhere where you put like plus equals instead of plus or something like that. And so it's compounding some stretch error, and it just shrinks up and gets tiny. And by this time you've shipped it, and that error may only come up when like 16 different states all line up just perfectly, and then suddenly now you have this error.
Yeah.
And a user comes back and says, "What the heck happened here?"
I'm like,
And-
I don't think that'll fit.
And that's the thing with anything that's complex.
Oh, yeah.
A car or software or a hammer with an adjustment lever on it, or I don't know. The more
Video
complex
games.
it gets, the
This
more
is a common issue in video games. It's most bugs are something like that.
Yeah, there's in Super Mario Brothers 2, you could pick up items and throw them, and if you throw them up against the wall, they would hit the wall and fall down. If you ran under it, they would land on your head, and they would just sort of bounce on your head. So I started picking up multiple items, and then they're bouncing off of each other, and when you get to where there's too many items and it can't sort out the collision detection, the items would pass through each other. And they're inanimate objects according to the game rules, but there was a rule for how something got damaged that said if an item passed through another item, then the thing was being damaged. And it would flash and it would make the sound like it's getting hurt. So these inanimate objects are failing in their collisions, and they're acting like they're getting hurt. They're like whining and they're flashing red and all this sort of stuff as they're bouncing. It's like you put in these conditions, you don't know what kinds of weird situations might trigger.
It's emergent
this.
behavior, really.
Yeah, and I guess that's one of the biggest dangers of AI is that
I think
people think that this is super sophisticated. This is
and it thinks
artificial
perfectly rationally.
and it's so much smarter than we are. And look at how much better it does at something like when you have a situation like AlphaGo, right? Which is where Google's neural networks were trained to play Go. And there's the number of possible moves in Go is greater than the number of atoms in the galaxy, right? So there's no way that the computer can calculate all of these different things. And so they thought there was no way the computer would ever be able to beat the world's best Go players. In China, they actually identify people who have talent in playing Go, and they're pulled out of school and they're sent to the Go school basically, and they spend their entire lives learning how to play Go. They take the game really seriously in some places. And so the world champion Go player played against AlphaGo, and AlphaGo beat him 4 out of 5 matches. And then they took AlphaGo and they did the adversarial generative thing, and they made it play against itself. And they had it play against itself for like a month or something like that. Then they had the one that had been trained, which they call AlphaZero. They had AlphaZero play AlphaGo, and it beat it 100 out of 100 matches. So, you had this AI that beat the world's best player 4 out of 5 matches, and then you have another computer that beat that one 100 out of 100 matches. So when it comes to the game of Go, probably no human player will ever again beat artificial intelligence.
Short of just a random fluke.
Maybe some random fluke.
Literally 1 in a million or 1 in a billion games.
Yeah, but then it would learn from that one, and it would never happen
not necessarily.
again.
It depends on how they do it. If they record that game and put it in the training data, yes.
So, when in a situation where they can describe the rules, artificial intelligence is terrifying. Like
Absolutely.
how quickly it becomes so much better at it than a person. So
and it's able to do because it's able to repeat it so quickly. Usually, it's part of where it would be so much better.
Yeah, and it can adapt to weird variables and stuff like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
flying drones, AI is always going to be better at flying drones. Flying planes, AI is already so much better at
We've
flying
been doing
planes.
autopilot landing and takeoff, I think, for 30 years.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even normally let the pilots, unless it's adverse conditions, I think, land or take off the plane. It's done by AI, at least for commercial planes. That's been the case for a long time now, is my understanding.
Well, and the neural network systems that are flying these things are way better than the systems that they had 30 years ago. They could already do it probably better than they have.
Now they've got the pilot present for if it decides to do some weird behavior or conditions have changed outside of what it's used to training with. Like, let's say suddenly there's a really strong headwind, the pilot takes over.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just to prevent, because they don't have as much training data for it.
Yep. So when people see something like AlphaGo, where the computer is so much better than any human will ever be, they tend to exalt the artificial intelligence in their mind. But then that same system that's really good at playing a game that has very, very simple rules, it will identify this chihuahua as a blueberry muffin. It will
it even manages that accurate.
Yeah, and it will identify the broad side of a truck as a street sign and drive your car into it.
Right.
Because it's good at certain things, and it's really not good at certain other things. But on the human side of it, it doesn't matter if the AI is incredibly stupid, dumber than a cockroach. Because the humans may think super advanced artificial intelligence.
Right.
So when you get to systems like Compass, have you heard of Compass? It's used in the judicial system. It's an artificial intelligence that when they have an overload of cases, which they always do in highly densely populated areas like Chicago, the artificial intelligence is taking in all the variables, including race and gender and age and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And what are the circumstances of the case, and then it's handing out a verdict. And so people are just being processed. And they are not legally obligated to expose the source code of Compass to people who are being sentenced to prison or whatever. And when they started doing a little bit of digging, they figure out, well, it just happens that in Chicago, 70% of violent crimes are committed by black people. 98 something percent of those crimes are committed by black men. Something like 20% of the population is African American. So you offset the fact that it's a smaller percentage of the population is black that's committing the vast majority of the crimes, and an almost exclusive majority of those violent crimes are committed by men. If the artificial intelligence is handing out a verdict to a black man in Chicago, guess what? Statistically, he's guilty.
Right.
With 98% accuracy.
And that's because it uses correlation. Now, here's the tricky thing about that. In that sort of situation, let's say you were to stop and you only used Compass. So you got rid of the judges and all that. Probably regardless of any changes in law, culture, whatever, you're going to get that exact same percentage. It's going to say that. You would have to have a massive change in the actual population itself, like have less black people, for example, in the places that are using that, because it will always it'll tend to represent exactly how it was trained.
Right.
And that's why
Or
it's not
if
good.
you can train it with variables that you don't want race to be an issue, then you just don't give it that information. Is this a black
Right.
or a white person?
But
AI
here's the
couldn't-
thing: you have to be careful, because it's quite possible that it will say, "Oh, I have these 4 different things." And 99% of the time when I have these 4 different things, I'm going to create this dummy value. And whenever this dummy value is true, this person has a 98% chance of being guilty.
Mhm.
And it just happens that it's itself created a dummy value for black and male.
Could be the kinds of words that were used in the
Right,
interchange
exactly.
are words that are part of that subculture.
And it's almost impossible. And so now it's even worse, because you don't even know that it's using their skin color and their sex.
Yeah, or maybe just their accent. Like if there's a recording
Right.
of something or something caught on video or whatever. And the AI is, you want to feed it as much data as you possibly can.
Within reason. Because you can feed it data that actually makes it come to an incorrect interpretation a lot of the time. But
If it's trained correctly with enough data,
Yes.
then theoretically all data helps. Theoretically.
all day, yeah.
But realistically, there's never enough data. And there's always going to be those weird outliers.
Yeah, like for example, in the earlier situation when you're trying to figure out, when you're trying to predict, let's say, the murder rate on a certain day, if you're feeding it ice cream sales,
Mm-hmm.
it's probably not going to be helpful, but it might be, because it could actually notice that there's a correlation between different things, and it's like, oh cool, I can deal with that.
Could even be that there's a serial killer driving an ice cream truck. It could be.
Right. Who
Who knows? But the human response that, oh, it's a super advanced AI, I'm not going to question it. That's where it starts to get scary.
Yeah, and so all of those AIs are, I would say, just at the neural network level, and they just follow the biases of the humans who trained them.
Yeah.
And they're good at one task.
Mm-hmm.
Usually what people say is when they're letting the demon out, or the singularity, let's say, or the apocalypse from an AI, that's the next level where the AI is a general AI or a strong AI.
It occurred to me, now, sanity check, does this make sense to you? Narrow AI is like, we can train an artificial intelligence to do combat piloting,
Absolutely.
and it will outperform the best Top Gun pilots 100% of the time. We've already done this, right?
I think we're close. I think there's still some issues with that one, specifically, is my understanding.
Maybe in what's declassified, but
Fair enough.
anyway. I've heard the Top Gun pilots describing what it was like to play against a simulator when it was AI flying it, and they said that it's like it knew what you were going to do before you could do it, and they had no chance. They were just blown out of the sky before they even know what's going on.
Well, the thing you also keep in mind is a lot of that AI probably was trained against them. And
Could
so
be.
it
Or-
does know what they're going to do if they have any sort of pattern.
Yeah.
So they have to actually fly like they are not
in a
themselves.
weird way.
Yeah.
Like wearing a mask so that the AI can't identify you on the street. You know, or painting your face weird colors, or putting
Well,
bars across your face.
Or flying with your left hand instead of your right, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but if it's an adversarial one, then it's potentially trained a whole lot
Right.
more possible situations and scenarios, so it wouldn't matter anything that you do. Depending on how well it's trained, the
Yeah.
AI potentially could defeat any human pilot, period.
Right.
You know,
Assuming
with these
similar
weird
equipment.
outliers. You know, maybe there's that 1 in a billion chance you did something weird and it freaked out.
Yeah.
You know, something like that.
But again,
So-
that's something humans do all the time anyways.
Yeah, so you train it to fly the simulator, and now you walk up to that same computer system, and you're carrying a hammer.
Right. What's it gonna do?
I win, right?
Right. You're playing a different game than it.
Yeah.
And so it's gonna lose because it's a different game. It's not trained how to handle
So it's
that.
narrow. It's trained to do this thing. It's not trained for somebody to walk up to it with a hammer. It's trained to fly a plane. So they call it narrow because it does this one task.
Now, theoretically, you could have hundreds or thousands or millions of narrow AIs, all specific to certain tasks, all working together to achieve a certain goal. So, like, you'd have an AI that's good at flying,
Yeah,
an AI that's good at identifying issues,
yeah,
mechanical issues, an AI that's good at repairing issues when it's been identified. And so you combine all these together and you have potentially a self-repairing AI, self-repairing fighter jet.
yeah. Okay, so is this true or not? The only difference between narrow AI and AGI, or general AI, is the ability to know which game we're playing.
Yes, I would say it is.
And that's just a matter of time then.
Potentially. The problem is, how does the AI know which one of its networks it should use? Because let's say it's flying along and it's supposed to hit a fighter jet, it's supposed to hit a land vehicle. How does it know whether or not it's supposed to be using its, let's say, air-to-air combat narrow AI or its air-to-ground combat AI? That's the identifying the two. That's where the general AI start part comes into play, and that's something that we tend to struggle with to some degree.
Like how to know which game we're playing, basically.
Yes.
So I imagine somebody's already thinking about how to overcome that challenge.
I
Because
have.
probably it's already being overcome then. Because you could train it to know, are we playing checkers, are we playing Go, are we playing chess? That'd be pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And you
oh
could,
yeah.
You could have, and AlphaGo is not a system that plays Go. It's a system that will play any game if you can describe the rules.
Right.
And the game could
Well,
be
actually-
global thermonuclear war.
Yes. I need to clarify. I actually made an incorrect statement.
Okay.
What we're talking about is not general AI. Well, I guess you could say it's general AI. The next level would be strong AI. It depends on how you differentiate it. Because all of these, what happens when you try to train it in a new situation entirely? Something that, let's say, you have this really great fighter jet AI, general AI, let's say, or it really wouldn't be general, but it would be AI, and now you throw it into space. How is it going to learn? It's going to take longer for it to learn. If it's able to learn without human input, that makes it a general or more strong AI, I would say.
And if you're going to train it to fly in space, then it's going to be adjusting a system that was learned to fly in the air.
Right.
Or
and so
it
it might
needs to
duplicate it
create
and
a-
make adjustments.
Create a new network, or add complexity to the existing network so that that network is able to do both.
Right. So really, in a lot of ways, you could say the trick to general AI is, here's the situation, now you have to figure out the rules. Because once you figure out the rules, it's relatively simple to make an AI that meets those rules. That's really effective. It's not easy to figure out the rules of a game from just watching the game being played. Especially when, like chess, it's not too hard. But let's say now, for some reason, someone flips the table.
Yeah.
Is that in the game? Well, in real life it is.
Yeah.
Or someone takes a hammer to you. The AI, so it's really difficult to identify the rules because you're actually talking, well, the rules of life, let's say.
So, virtualizing so that the computer can train with it, like taking a picture and putting it into the computer is a way of virtualizing so you can train image recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Creating a flight simulator is a way of virtualizing it. What's that game called? Dota or something like that? There's some, I can't think of the name of the game, but it's virtual. So any video game, it's already virtual. You can connect it to an AI.
But it doesn't necessarily
easily.
mean that it has the rules built in.
It doesn't necessarily need the rules because you hook up a video game with an adversarial model, and it plays against itself just randomly, and it trains and it does it. I mean, anything that can be virtualized, the AI can learn to do it better than a human.
Yeah. Well, in this case, to some degree, when I'm saying rules, I do also mean fitness, so how well it actually did. Because you need to be able to identify, did it do well?
You have to have a win condition, basically.
You have to have a win
success.
condition or no, okay, you did 60% of a win.
Yeah.
Or you could have, or something like that, yeah, exactly.
Some measure for success.
When it's binary, that makes it way easier.
The score. There was an AI that was trained to play Super Mario and Tetris and some other, 8-bit Nintendo games. And it did some weird stuff. Like it learned that as long as you are moving downwards faster than the enemies, it will consider you as jumping on them. So it was literally jumping on the Goombas from underneath by hitting them at an angle so that it was moving down slightly faster. So you'd see Mario jump up underneath the Goombas and jump on them with the top of his head. And nobody would ever think to try that. Nobody knew that was even possible, and it's because the rules are not written such that you have to actually come down on them from the top. The rules are such that you just have to be moving down faster than them when you run into them. So AI is interesting in that it finds those kinds of weird,
it's great for identifying flaws.
And that's
it's not
something
identifying what is a flaw.
The
It can
AlphaGo
exploit them,
did similar things. It did these moves that the best players are looking at these moves going, this is ridiculous. And they thought it was broken or it was stupid or something. And then it wasn't until later on in the game that it became evident that was a really brilliant thing to do. And so, like the International Society of Go Player, I don't know, whatever. The people who take this really, really seriously have been studying AlphaGo's moves in order to improve and learn from it. So the fact that people can, we've developed a paradigm of let's hook a whole bunch of math together and randomize it and see what it can do. And it's teaching us things. It's just bizarre that we're learning things that we never would have thought
Absolutely. So here's where we get into more of the theological stuff.
Okay.
I personally would say I am 65% confident that this general AI that we're talking about cannot actually be made.
Depends on how you define it.
Right. General AI is, I would say, is one in which it's able to interact with completely new situations without human input and create a solution to that situation.
Okay, so if we
That is
describe
effective.
if we describe general AI as knowing which game it's playing,
and able to not just knowing which game it's playing, but be able to create identify the rules and then create a solution for a game that it's never been taught before. Let's say.
well, a person who's never played a game before can be taught the rules and learn to play and become good at it.
Right.
And
But in this context, there's a difference between you're shown the rules, and you see someone playing the game and you figure out the rules.
that's kind of what it does, though. But you could definitely.
Well, it does, but you say, "Oh, this is good. This is bad."
It would be trivial to take AlphaGo, add a layer on top of it so that it knows: are we playing Go? Are we playing chess? Are we playing checkers?
Yes.
And
then it just runs a different narrow AI, depending upon which one.
And
right.
so it's got this chooser, whatever you want to call it, this what game are we playing level of AI,
And
which is
that-
also AI, and it would use
And
whatever
yes, that's
criteria.
trivial. The problem is, how do you train it without actually telling it you won the game, or this person won the game? How does it, or better yet, them winning is good.
Well,
It needs to figure that out on its own, basically. That would be what I would say constitutes general AI. So, like, if you were to show two games, a game of chess, and person A beats person B, a general AI would be able to identify that person A did the desirable thing without you telling it that person A did the desirable thing, or even that winning was the desirable thing.
yeah, you could just train it to lose. You have to.
Well, yeah, and
Well,
that's why.
Well, but
General AI
how
is
do
more
we make those
complicated.
kinds of choices? Seriously,
Right.
because like
And
when we
that's where it gets
golf,
to the theological part, I think.
when we're golfing, the low score wins,
Right.
and in other games, the high score wins.
So the way I look at it, okay, can, let's say, a chimp or an ape of some sort, really intelligent, figure that stuff out?
No.
I'm reasonably confident, like I said, 65% sure, that AI is going to be limited to chimp level intelligence, but obviously it'll be better at, much better at certain tasks. So it would be the subconscious, when you're doing a task subconsciously,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're emulating with AI, at least right now.
AI doesn't have a limbic system. You know, we have rewards and consequences, and we tend to.
Right, well, no, its reward system is the fitness, how well it did. As that would be kind of it would be an analog to the limbic system.
Well, it's really just a condition. If it's outputting this, then it creates a new generation. If it's not outputting that,
Right.
Whatever. It's
And
really just.
and animals have a limbic system as well, some of them, I believe. Pretty sure, I would assume.
Well, they seem to.
Right. I'm sure that we actually know that one. I just don't.
Yes, they have a limbic system.
Yeah.
They have, like, we experience pleasure and pain, and we turn
Right.
from pain to pleasure. That's generally, like, in a very general way, the difference between good and bad is pain and pleasure.
I would say usually yes.
And
Really,
there's also, though, instant gratification often leads to greater suffering. Reason enables us to look beyond the immediate inconvenience or suffering to a greater pleasure in the long term. But that capacity to reason is also something that can be mimicked on a computer.
well, you have to be careful about mimicking, because that doesn't mean that it's the same thing.
Right.
Because, and you have to keep in mind, and this is something I think a lot of people don't realize, is they think that they're being rational and using reason, but really it's just their subconscious, and their limbic system is just getting them to do something. So really the way I would look at it is, I think of it as, how smart can an animal be? What is the theoretical maximum intelligence of, I don't know, a chimpanzee?
Well, how do you even define what smart is?
Right.
I mean, I think of,
Like,
I believe that thinking or reason, what is it, Jordan Peterson maybe said, project your mind into the multiverse. It's this idea that, like, I know that, like, I can project my mind into the multiverse. I can think of a whole bunch of possible universes that could theoretically occur, and I don't have to physically cause any of these.
and I don't see any reason why an AI couldn't replicate that.
It does.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what it's doing when it's doing adversarial training. It's already virtual, so everything that it's doing, it's whether or not we connect
In
it
some
to the
form or
physical
another, yeah.
universe, that's entirely up to us. If we hook it to a flight simulator, or we hook it to an output where a person actually moves the pieces based on what the computer said to move them on the Go board or whatever, that interface between what's happening virtually. The AI is basically in the multiverse at all times. It's in a virtual world where things aren't actually happening. But, like, I could imagine what would happen if I were to open up my tea and dump it in your lap. I don't have to actually do it. I know what would happen. And that's a universe that I don't want to create. And that would not be good for my limbic system.
Let's be honest. You'd be more tempted to create it than most.
Okay, I would, maybe. You wouldn't like that one, and you would probably resist it. And your mind would probably go into a different multiverse, one where you're leaving, because you don't want to have, hot, wet balls, basically.
Yes, probably.
But
I think I'd probably look at you dumbfounded like, really? What sequence of thoughts led you to think that was a good idea?
Well, because it's on camera and we're having discussions about, sending our mind into the multiverse, and I just thought it would be funny, honestly.
Right, and I would probably come to that observation, let's say, or that theory.
So, I don't know if when you were a kid, if your dad said, think, you have to think. Like, I remember my dad saying that to us the whole time we're growing up. You have to think. Why didn't you think? What's wrong with you? Why won't you think? He's just like always telling us to think. And it's usually something like slam the car door without looking, and you slam your little brother's fingers in the door.
In my
Why didn't
situation,
you think?
It was the opposite.
Somebody slammed your fingers in the door?
Well, no, I was the one telling everyone to think.
Oh. But, I mean, thinking is, what happens if I slam the car door without looking to see if anybody's fingers are in it?
Right.
Well, you think about it, you create that universe in your mind, you decide, I don't want to enter a universe wherein I've just slammed my little brother's fingers in the car door, so I'm going to look first before I slam the door. And that's what we call thinking. It's fairly simple when you're a kid and your dad's yelling at you, telling you to think.
Here's the thing. I have read some stuff that leads me to think that there are actually people out there who legitimately are incapable of doing that.
I think you're right.
Now, that doesn't mean that they can't develop that skill, but that they don't. They
don't
never,
function that way.
Up to their life, for their entire life, they have never thought, what will happen if I do this?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very, I would say, because I would say that's more, the level that you're talking about is, to some degree, it's using the limbic system, but it's more almost hypothetically using the limbic system. It's kind of weird. It's like you're using the limbic system on something that doesn't actually exist.
Well, we know what pain is, we know what pleasure is.
Right.
And we tend to favor a universe with more pleasure.
Yes.
A universe where I hit myself in the thumb with a hammer is not one that I want to create. Usually. And so I tap the nail gently until it's started, and then I move my hand out of the way. And I'm doing a combination of thinking and seeking a universe that my limbic system likes, I guess.
Now, some people, I would say, they never actually think, oh, I should move my hand out of the way. What they would do is, they would eventually, for whatever reason, it's just so happened that tapping the hammer, or the nail with the hammer, and moving their hand out of the way coincidentally, not that they planned it, and then hitting it harder, they don't hit their hand as much. And eventually they, through the limbic system, put their hand in the way, or they do that desirable behavior, I should say, more and more often until that's what they do.
So they've been conditioned, but it never really becomes conscious activity.
Exactly. I would say that's the limbic system, and I would say that is where our AI is right now. I have not seen evidence that we can really, for sure, other than, and this is where, to some degree, let's not get into that, we can go beyond that. Now, we can definitely create theoretical state and then run the AI limbic system, let's say, against that. And that would potentially be more where the general AI would come from. But it seems to me that the creating theoretical states is relatively specific to humans, because and this is a philosophical issue that postmodernism tends to struggle with. The idea is there's an infinite possible set of states or interpretations, therefore there's an infinite possible set of answers. That's not actually accurate. There is not an infinite set of possible states or interpretations. There's only a limited amount, or at least a limited amount that are reasonable. For example, I could in my head, imagine a purple elephant falling through the roof right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that beneficial for me to do so? Is that a reasonable or viable possible future state? I would say probably not. And it's tricky to be able to identify what is and what is not. And that's where AI struggles with. Other than having some arbitrary limitations on it, which might be what we have.
So, something that we haven't talked about. If you really wanted to boil it all down, humans are motivated by pain and pleasure.
Yes.
I don't want to feel pain. I'm going to,
Yeah. And I would say animals as well.
Yeah.
And that goes down to the limbic system, I would say, or a variation of.
Well, computers don't experience pain or pleasure.
No, you have to simulate it.
Well, and even simulating it, it's not like the computer's actually feeling something. I mean, as far as we know. And like I was thinking, there's this whole question of when will consciousness emerge in the AI? And I think it's a stupid question. If you listen to Sam Harris, which hopefully you don't listen to him too much, but if you listen to Sam Harris talking about consciousness, he says, well, we know that consciousness did emerge just from physical stuff because look at all the human beings. And he's making a wild assumption there.
Well,
he's
and that's the thing. We don't know. We can be reasonably confident based upon a certain set of things that we have observed, but there are still questions.
Well, we know that there is some connection between consciousness and the brain.
Yes.
Because if you remove someone's brain, then we don't see any of the signs of conscious activity from their brainless corpse. So, does that mean that consciousness is impossible without the brain? Not necessarily. Does it mean that the observable signs of consciousness are not possible without the brain? Well, it does seem to mean that. But is there just the physical universe, and is consciousness actually something that comes from the physical universe? There's no way of knowing that. It's like...
You can be very confident based upon tons and tons of testing that would probably be exceedingly unethical.
There's definitely a correlation.
Like, where does your consciousness reside in your brain? Okay, let's remove little bits of your brain until your consciousness disappears.
Well, but how would you even know that it disappeared?
Exactly.
Consciousness is entirely subjective.
So you have to define consciousness in the first place.
And consciousness, because consciousness is entirely subjective, I don't actually know that you have feelings. I mean, I really don't.
And to my understanding, the best definition of consciousness, and I would personally say having consciousness and having a spirit are synonymous. Or a soul, perhaps.
Well, and I believe in the spiritual world, and I believe that there is reality outside of what we physically experience. And just because we're physically experiencing things and consciousness is associated with what we are physically experiencing, to me that does not prove or disprove or say anything to whether or not consciousness is derived from the physical world.
Right.
Or is consciousness outside of the physical world and engaging it? And that's the view that I take. I believe that our body is like a machine that a spirit can operate, and that the spirit world is not really accessible through the physical world.
And this is actually something that I've been struggling with, where I've been trying to figure it out. It seems probable to me that there may actually be human beings walking around today who don't actually have a soul. In the literal sense.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that they can't develop one. Or get their bodies connect to a soul or something.
You know, this is a weird thing, but there's a way of thinking about the gospel. And I'm not talking about, like, the Christian, evangelical Christian gospel. I'm talking about the gospel as the Bible describes it, which is totally different from what the evangelicals have said. You know that's a hot button for me. But this idea of the limbic system and doing what just pleasure or pain, everything is pleasure or pain. The difference between a neural network and, okay, I have to back up a little bit. So there's a really sophisticated kind of computer that I used when I was doing a remodel on my house that would find the lowest spot in the floor. And it was called a marble. You set it down and it will automatically find the lowest spot around it. And and move to it. And, it's a really useful machine that achieves this state and has an input and an output, and it gives information. It does everything that a computer does. And the difference between the marble rolling to the low spot on the floor and the most sophisticated forms of artificial intelligence that we have today is zero. There's no difference whatsoever. There's literally no difference whatsoever. Because it's just basically a state machine. And
I would agree. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a massive level of complexity difference.
Well,
but
sure.
fundamentally, it's the same.
And I could put 1,000 marbles on a really big floor,
Right.
and it would show me all the low spots everywhere.
And it's 1,000 times more complex.
Yeah. So how many marbles do I have to have before it becomes conscious?
Exactly.
I think the question of at what level of sophistication does the artificial intelligence become conscious? It's kind of like saying, how much detail can we add to the picture of the car before we can actually get in that picture and drive the car? There is no level of detail you can add to a drawing of a car that will actually cause it to be drivable. That's not how it works. You're talking about different kinds of things. And I don't think that, like dominoes falling, which, whether it's electrical circuits or the dominoes, because really, you could push, say you had 50 rows of dominoes set up, and depending on which combinations you push, you get a different output at the end.
Right.
It's just...
That's a neural network.
It is. It's just a cause and effect chain with a machine.
Yeah.
And it's never... There's no number of dominoes that causes it to become a conscious being that's aware of itself and has preferences and can think. And
that's where it comes down to theological questions, because if you don't actually have... If there's no supernatural, something not within your physical body that constitutes you, then absolutely you can have an AI that can have consciousness. And we have to clarify, I think consciousness is not a good word, because a lot of people will interpret consciousness as, awake, basically. They'll have that as a sin, and that's not really in the context that we're using consciousness. I can't recall, there's a better word, and I can't remember.
I would say that consciousness, the best way that I could describe it, is being aware of my own comfort. Do I like this or do I not like this?
Well, and yes, the problem is, I would say, and this is the problem, consciousness is being consciously aware of your comfort, and so it's a circular definition. Because it's one thing to say, you're aware of your own comfort. Well, okay, the AI is aware that this image, or that its action is going to be good or bad, relative
Except that
to
I
its
don't
fitness.
think that aware is a word you can use to describe it, any more than you
Right.
can use aware to describe the dominoes falling.
So perhaps the issue then is, how do you define aware?
Well, and we know what these things are
Cognizant of?
subjectively.
Right.
You know what it is to experience pain, and you know what it is when you feel something hot. I don't want hot, I'm going to move my hand away.
Right. But a cat would not want hot. It'll move its paw away.
And you
So
could...
that's not necessarily
But a cat apparently is conscious and able to experience pain and pleasure, and that's why there's so many, bleeding heart animal rights activists, because
Well, and
as near as we can tell, animals really do suffer, and we don't want suffering to happen.
Of course.
Minimizing suffering seems to be at least a fairly general moral principle that most people can agree on. We don't want suffering to happen.
Well, and I think part of that comes from, we see suffering in the external world outside of ourselves, and we think, oh man, it would be terrible if I was in that situation, and so we anthropomorphize whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
But if we're talking, if there is no soul, so no supernatural thing, well, okay, what about plants? There's no...
Well, alive and conscious seem to be even different things, because plants are living by some
Well, but it's
definition.
arbitrary. Because, okay, if you can determine in pain, if you were to define consciousness as is able to identify it's in pain, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to be able to define what pain is. Okay, and then you also, once you do that, so let's say pain is a undesirable circumstance.
You just use different words to
I
describe
know.
the same thing.
Well, and that's my point, because we're trying to define it. Okay, well then therefore you can say, okay, being able to identify that something is in pain, if it's conscious, it's able to identify it's in pain, is also the same thing as saying it's able to identify that it's in an undesirable circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
So, how would you actually determine, because you can't actually read its mind, let's say, or whatever, however form that may take, that it actually is aware?
So we were talking about the whole consciousness thing, and we can give a computer a goal.
Well,
like,
yeah, so let me kind of finish what my thought was, because
Okay.
it's, I think, important. It goes to the very fundamentals of, well, everything we've been talking about.
okay,
How do you identify something is aware of and it's in an undesirable circumstance?
mm-hmm.
It seems that the best way to identify that something is aware that it's in an unwanted circumstance is to watch it and see if it attempts to get out of that circumstance.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Plants do that. If you have a plant and it has light during the day only on one half of it, the plant will tend to grow towards the side that has light.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not then say that it is trying to get out of a unwanted circumstance?
Also, like if you uproot a dandelion, it immediately puts all of its energy towards reproduction. Is it
Right.
trying to save itself? Is it trying to save its children? Is it, does it have this survival instinct that's causing it to do that? Or is it just programming? Is it just that it's a state machine that can detect which branch it needs to take based on a bunch of variables? And clearly that's what it is,
Right.
but how is it different from an animal that's suffering and runs away?
And I'm not even sure that we could say that this idea of that being the definition for consciousness works, because it doesn't even have to be a plant or alive as we normally think of it. Okay? Anytime you have a situation in which the environment has a feedback loop that results in it going back to a state of equilibrium, is it not, by the same definition, aware of its own pain because it's getting back to a desirable circumstance? For example, if you have a mug that's hot, its state of equilibrium, its desirable state, is to be the same as the temperature around it, to equalize the temperature.
Yeah, it could be we're using desirable to mean completely different things. Because, like, if the marble, people would say, well, the marble wants to roll towards the low spot. Does it really want to? I mean, does it have
Right.
a yearning? Is the marble going, oh, the low spot, I want to be there so bad, and I'm uncomfortable, I'm anxious, I want to get to that low spot?
But for all we know, maybe marbles are conscious, and they just all happen to behave the exact same way based upon their state.
Maybe they suffer when they're not in the lowest
Right.
place.
For all we know.
I don't know. It's like,
Which is why I think that there's something fundamentally wrong, definitionally, with our idea, with the idea that you can have consciousness
yeah.
without there being something supernatural. Because you will eventually, as long as you are willing to sit down and properly define every single step of the way in such a way that it is non-circular, I would say, and I would love to see a counter argument to this, that can show that pain is not being in let's say, awareness of being in an undesirable state. Perhaps.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I mean, I would say that pain is an undesirable state. Pain is something that we want to avoid. We know pain, we don't like
Well,
pain.
From an evolutionary perspective, pain's purpose is to tell you that you are in an undesirable state.
Okay. Evolutionary biology. Yes.
Right. So therefore,
Which is a physicalist view of all of the stuff we're talking about.
yes. And so if we're talking through that lens, the assumption is, if you go from that lens, there's nothing supernatural about humans.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, there is nothing preventing you from having an AI that is at least as perfectly able to replicate humans, or at least as smart as humans, so it's able to perfectly replicate a human.
Yeah.
So you can create an artificial human, 100% no problem, under that view.
Yes. So for the Sam Harrises of the world who are physicalists,
Perfect example.
as in there is nothing other than the physical universe. There is not there's no systems outside the physical universe. Everything can be accounted for by observable, scientifically observable chemical processes and etc. Chemical processes are just molecular machines, and therefore humans are just molecular machines, and therefore consciousness is an emergent property of molecular machines. Therefore, artificial intelligence has just as much a chance of becoming conscious as human beings who have become conscious. And these people think that an AI is just another electrical system like the brain, and so it's bound to become conscious at some point when it gets complex enough. And
Yes.
I think that's just such a childish view of reality,
Right.
and a failure to understand the difference between falling dominoes and what it is to be self-aware.
And that's the thing is it is and it isn't. Because they don't think that there is a difference between them. Like you give them that argument of, oh, it's a difference between being self-aware and falling dominoes, and they'll say they're the same thing, just at different scales of complexity.
Yep.
And so the question is, how do you show scientifically that there is something fundamentally different between consciousness that we're talking about and falling dominoes, other than complexity? And
anybody who's had an actual supernatural experience, it's like you're wearing VR and all of a sudden you take the VR headset off and you realize there's another world beyond this VR. Anybody who's experienced it, it's undeniable. It's like, oh, hell yeah, there's another world. There is a spirit world. I know because I've been there, and it is not this. This is like a shadow. This is, the Bible describes this reality as a shadow of the world that is to come. And if you cast a shadow with your hand, you see the two-dimensional view of your hand as this little dark spot, and you can move it around. If that was the only world Socrates Caverns kind of thing, the shadows dancing on the wall, then the three-dimensional reality that is the source of this two-dimensional shadow, if you suddenly encountered that, it would blow your mind, the level of color and complexity and the depth and the whatever. If this physical world is a shadow of the spiritual world, then it's almost like you shine a light on the spirit world. What do you get? The physical universe. That would mean that there are these other dimensions to reality and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And
so here's the problem with that argument. And I'm not saying that I disagree with the argument personally, but that there is a flaw in the argument itself, which many people who don't believe in the supernatural will just think this and be like, oh, they're not worth listening to. You are using an anecdote, something that only you have observed.
Mm-hmm.
And so for them, all they know is you could have hallucinated it.
Right, because you can insert DMT into the brain and cause the exact same experience as a near-death experience.
Right. And so the question is, how do you explain this without using anecdotal experiences? Because if you can't do that, you're going to run into a problem where large portions of people will just outright dismiss you for
it's kind of
logical
like
reasons.
I don't believe that my VCR experiences pain or pleasure. So if my VCR stops working and I throw it in the dumpster, I don't have a moral dilemma. I don't feel guilt. I don't think I need to defend its human rights, so to speak. It doesn't strike me as something that requires any practical considerations whatsoever. If I drew a face on my VCR and gave it a name, it might make it a tiny bit harder.
Yes.
And you can
put googly eyes on it.
You can anthropomorphize anything and then start becoming concerned about its human rights.
And I think that's one of them. That's one thing that it seems to me only humans do.
Yeah, as far as I know.
I think the closest I can think of would be some dolphins may kind of do similar.
Maybe.
Because I've heard of stories where the dolphins seem to
get
help
attached to it.
people, but it's questionable because that can easily be described.
There are animals that seem to empathize with each
Like dogs, or like dogs emphasize with, and I'm talking not necessarily that, because it's within a species makes sense.
And you can trick an animal into anthropomorphizing something. You can make a monkey doll, and the monkey starts to think of it as a real monkey or whatever.
Anthropomorphizing is not the word, but I get what you mean, because anthropomorphizing would be
human,
right? So it's kind of like, oh, okay. I don't know what the equivalent word would be in this context,
or
but
a parrot or something.
But acting as though something is a subset of your own species. It makes sense to try to,
so
from
we'll
an
use spiders, and
evolutionary
we'll just say arachnopomorphizing.
Yes.
The spider is arachnopomorphizing this
Yes.
Halloween costume. It thinks it's a real spider, and it's trying to, I don't know,
Right.
or mate with it.
Yes. And so it makes sense from an evolutionary perspective why a species would look out for itself.
Mm-hmm.
And like, for example, why dogs would be attached to others like humans, and they would want the humans to be happy. Because a happy human means the dog's fed on time and is treated better. So it makes sense that the dogs would behave in a way that it seems like they care about you as its owner, because you affect it. And so that makes sense. But if you're talking in a situation in which it's like, I don't know, this dog has never seen a human before, you haven't given it food, you're just walking by, and you're hurt. Is a dog going to come up to you and try to comfort you?
Maybe. Dogs seem to do that kind of thing.
But we're talking a dog who's never seen a human before.
Oh. Right, no.
Right.
Not.
But that's the crazy thing. Humans do that.
Mm-hmm.
They see an animal and they anthropomorphize it and think, oh, it's in pain. They've never seen, a lion before. And they think, oh, it's in pain. They go up and try to help it. And then get eaten.
In the book of Jude in the Bible, it talks about basically those who are not saved. And it describes them as creatures of instinct, brute beasts. And repeatedly throughout the message of Jesus and the message of the gospel, you have this contrast between being carnally minded, which is essentially living by the limbic system.
Yes.
Really, it's like, does this give me pleasure? I'll do that, versus being spiritually minded. And it seems that there's a connection between being spiritually minded and recognizing deferred gratification or thinking. Like, I can do this now and it's going to feel good, but tomorrow I'm going to wake up with a hangover, or I might get, chlamydia or whatever.
Right. But the limbic system can still, because you'll have kids. You want a lollipop now? Or do you want 2 lollipops in 5 minutes?
Yeah. And
right?
The limbic system is still involved.
Yes, exactly.
But reason and deferred gratification then is also involved.
Well, I would say the limbic system can be, but that's where you're talking about the creating a hypothetical state in which you're actually comparing your current state of your limbic system with a hypothetical state of your limbic system, and then you're using your limbic system to identify which one is more desirable sufficiently that you push to go towards that more desirable state. So it's like you're using it 3 times as much. Which is an expensive process, which maybe that's a sufficient explanation for why humans seem to be the only creatures that do that, because we're doing 3, 4, 5, maybe 20 times as much work because we're thinking about hypothetical states, because that's expensive.
Yeah. Well, so this idea of deferred gratification, like, I'm going to spend 10 years getting a PhD because I believe that 10 years of sacrifice is going to result in, my life after that being a meaningful career. It's going to be, the ability to push something off for that long.
Yeah, I gotta stop for a sec, 'cause I need to make a statement, because I saw a potential hole in my argument, or potential counter-argument against what I just said.
Okay.
Dogs doing tricks for treats.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about a situation in which you can train an animal by giving it a treat whenever it does the desirable behavior. I'm talking about a situation in which you get the dog to do a new trick without even, let's say, without even having done it before. So, like for example, if you train a dog, you want it to sit down, right?
Mm-hmm.
You train it to sit down by saying sit, and then you push its butt down, and then you give it a treat, and you say good boy, you're such a good dog, right? Well, next time you say okay, sit. The dog's not thinking, I wonder if I sit down, hypothetically, I will get a treat. Not as much, not in the same way. It's going back to a prior state that it's already experienced.
Yeah.
And it's trying to match up the state, which is really close, and it's hard to describe where the boundary is there between what we're talking about and this context. And maybe there isn't a boundary. Maybe it's just a sense of complexity.
It's so similar to the way we train AI. It's like, if it hasn't hit the win condition, then the loop doesn't exit yet. The
Right.
loop just keeps running and running and running. And when the win condition is hit, then it stops and it turns off. And rather than just, shutting it off because it's done the right thing, the dog gets a treat, and it has a mechanism inside of itself that's saying, I need to eat, I need to eat. And when it's full, then it shuts off. And the loop we've exited the loop. And then eventually that loop comes up again. It says we need to eat. And it's like, it's not real. I mean, a creature of pure instinct doesn't seem to be that different from an artificial intelligence.
And I agree.
It's just a bunch of chemical processes that either will shut off or will continue to run the loop depending on if the win condition is met.
Right.
And the difference, I think, between the person who's described as saved in the Bible and the person who is a creature of instinct, who is carnally minded, is whether or not they're just living in that. They're
Right.
like not conscious. They're just a machine that is seeking to gratify the carnal desires. They're no different than an animal. And there's a certain kind of waking up that happens when a person is born again and becomes aware of the spirit world. It's like the marble rolling towards the low spot in the floor. You'll never see the marble rolling towards the low spot stop and say, do I really want to be in that low spot? It doesn't do that. But a human being who's like really, really thirsty, sees the water, will stop and say, is this water safe to drink? Is there somebody else around who's more thirsty than I am?
Yeah.
Should I even be doing this at all? Why am I...
Now, but see, that's the thing. That can be explained, again, just by the evolutionary biology, I would say, with the limbic system. You've experienced in the past, drinking the water without making sure it's safe to drink causes you more harm, so therefore you need to
even if
prevent
you
that
go
potentiality.
as far into Christianity as I think you really can, in terms of like deferred gratification. Remember Moses, it says that he considered the sufferings of Christ greater treasures than the riches of Egypt. And all of the martyrs, all of the people who have been persecuted and died for their faith, they're seeking a kingdom that is beyond. So they're basically saying, yeah, this life I'm going to sacrifice all of it. I'm going to take up my cross, and my home is not in this world, my hope is not in this world, my pleasure is not in this world. They sacrifice, it's not like sacrificing 10 years of schooling in order to get a PhD to have a happier retirement. It's like, I'm going to sacrifice my entire life based on the hope of resurrection, the hope of eternal life.
See, yes, but I can still explain that with the limbic system.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. That's why I bring it up.
And that's the problem, is the problem is, what's the difference? Like, where do you reach that point in which it can't really be explained by the limbic system, or whatever this decision-making process is?
And maybe it
And I
really
think
is just how many times in the Bible does God call people to reason and accuse them of being blind and unable to think? And he commends wisdom and he commends reason. And so that exercise of sending our brain into the multiverse, could that really be like what free will is?
Right. And if that's the case, then how is it differentiated from the limbic system process that we were talking about earlier? And I think that's really a difficult concept to grapple with.
Well, the promises of God, at his right hand there are pleasures forevermore. There's this glorious kingdom, there's the New Jerusalem,
Right.
there's the being the bride of Christ, and there's all these amazing experiences, all this beauty, all of these positive, pleasurable, eternal, no more sorrow, no more pain, all this stuff. It's very much pain pleasure. It's just it's an appeal to reason to say there's this momentary light affliction
Well, see,
that will lead
problem is-
to an eternity of pleasure.
the problem in this context is what you just said. I could say it's an appeal to the limbic system,
Yeah,
and it means the same thing.
that's not necessarily. There's nothing wrong with that necessarily.
Right. But if we're talking a situation in which AI, a strong AI that is,
Mm-hmm.
one that's able to, or an artificial human, let's say, entirely artificial, is impossible, the limbic system can't, there has to be something that the limbic system can't explain.
So maybe the spirit engages the limbic system, and the two are connected. And the thing is, like right now, my knee is in excruciating pain. It has been for a week because I crashed a BMX bike and sort of dislocated my kneecap and whatever. And so my body is constantly sending me these signals of pain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm aware of those signals of pain, but I realize that they're of no value to me. So they don't affect my mood, they don't affect my tone of voice, they don't really do anything for me. It's kind of like if there was a painting on the wall. There's a painting on the wall. There's pain coming from my knee. It's just, I believe that my spirit is something that is distinct from that.
So would you say perhaps what you're arguing is your spirit lets you ignore your limbic system
It's kind of like you're...
in this context?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like when a runner is running the last, 100 yards of a marathon, and they know that if they keep pushing, then there's going to be these rewards.
Well, but again, and they have to get careful. You run into the limbic system there because they know the rewards, that is the limbic system. Every time you have a reward or punishment, you're talking about the limbic system, I would say.
Okay, so there's definitely this capacity to connect reason and the limbic system and to
Yeah.
say greater pleasure with momentary suffering. And that doesn't necessarily separate us from artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Because an AI could
Yeah, and I
do that also.
Yeah, animals do that.
Yeah.
Because it's undesirable for a dog to sit sometimes, but it'll sit for treats.
So they're doing the same thing, deferred gratification. Which is more sophisticated than just immediately responding to whatever carnal impulses you feel.
Right.
The level of a person's civility seems to be like immediate gratification, reasoning towards deferred gratification. There's definitely a kind of a spectrum there. And biblically speaking, God definitely rewards the forward-looking, the whole, you may sacrifice your entire life on earth, but for a better eternity. And God approves of that. God commends that. So, but that's not necessarily even related to the question of are we purely physical or is there some spiritual component? Or, I mean...
Well, if the idea is, can we even reach an AI that's functionally human, at least, or more intelligent than human? Don't want to be better at certain tasks, that doesn't necessarily mean it's more intelligent. Okay?
At the very least, I would say we don't know, because we don't know what consciousness is.
Right.
We don't know the difference between a really sophisticated, mechanical electro-neural net and what's going on in our brain, because we don't know what's going on in our brain. We really don't.
And I think this is actually one of the biggest problems that well, I would say most religions have to deal with is what's different, what is consciousness, and it's not rigidly. I haven't heard of a rigid argument that doesn't have lots of holes in it, at least.
Biblically
From
speaking,
a specific Christian background.
the Bible absolutely makes it clear that existence without a physical body is a reality.
Yes.
It's just a running theme. People who have out-of-body experiences, who come
Yeah.
back from the dead,
Well,
who...
and it's one thing to say it is this way versus to reason that it is this way.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, the Bible does say, yes, that there is something supernatural about us.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, okay, we believe something is supernatural about us. Okay, let's scientifically prove what that is. How do we do that?
You may not be able to do that. It's
And
kind
we
of
may
like...
not. But as long as we can't, well, the competing theory, one of them being, oh, there is nothing supernatural about us. Therefore, their work is already done. They don't need to they don't need to prove it, because
You know how in Minecraft you can build computers?
yeah,
Kind of. You can
I mean,
set
it's a
up...
computer, yeah,
You can set up a bunch of, you make a state machine that can do calculations and have an
Yeah.
output. And you can literally, with a whole bunch of switches and things like that, you can make a monitor that displays numbers, and there's a calculator, and you can put in numbers. You can build computers within the simulation.
yeah,
And I guess you could try, for all of eternity, to build a computer inside of Minecraft that proves that there's a physical world outside of the simulation. But
right,
but Minecraft is dependent upon a system that it cannot detect. Everything that's going on inside of Minecraft is dependent upon a system outside of it. And it can't, there's no way you can build a computer inside of Minecraft that can pick up a pencil off of your desk. You're thinking?
no, not without
Not unless
having
you
an
connect
external
it
program that's
to
able
hardware.
to identify, that's able to access the internal state of Minecraft.
You have to connect it.
Yeah.
So, what I believe is that we have a very limited connectivity to the world outside the simulation, the spirit world,
Yeah.
and we're more or less, our spirits are pretty tightly bound to this little interface that is
Right.
running, and we're inside this simulation. And so to say that we'll never be able to scientifically prove that the spirit world exists, it's kind of like saying we'll never be able to build a computer inside of Minecraft that can lift the pencil up off the desk. The worlds are not connected, so no, you won't be able to.
Right, and I think that's where the problem is for a lot of people who aren't Christian, is they look at, okay, what should I believe? I've got two things I'm looking at. Let's say we exist as two competing worldviews to explain reality. One, you've got Christianity. Obviously, there's more than two. But one, you've got Christianity. There's something supernatural, but we can't actually interact with it, and we can't test it and actually verify that it actually exists. But trust us, it does. And there is nothing supernatural, and therefore we don't need to prove that you can't prove a negative. You can't prove that there's nothing supernatural. You can only prove that there's something supernatural. So until you prove that something supernatural exists, the evolutionary perspective seems to fit more with our observations of reality. And I think as long as you don't have something that is, okay, there is definitely something supernatural, that you can prove to someone, even if they disbelieve 100% of everything you're saying, but it needs to be something repeatable or of such a scale that it's almost impossible for you to have faked the study. Like, I don't know, let's say this would be, for example, where you're trying to prove, telekinesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have a person who's able to fake telekinesis. If you have a study of one person, well, that's relatively easy to fake. Just do parlor tricks or something. Okay, now you have 100,000 people, and you pool all the data together. That's a lot harder to fake. Maybe there are still some flaws. Okay? So until you can get to that scale, Christianity is not going to be desirable to a lot of people.
You mean the belief in the spirit world or
Perhaps,
in
yeah.
God or something like that?
And it does seem to me to be, there's a switch that gets flipped for a lot of people when they're like, oh yeah, there's something spiritual out there.
You know how it says that the carnal mind does not discern the things of God, they're spiritually discerned. And for the person who is not born again, trying to explain the spirit world to somebody like that, it's like trying to explain computers to a dog. I mean, not to be insulting, but it's like there's just not the ability to comprehend that. They don't have that capacity. And
Right.
it's like if I tried to explain to you what black licorice tastes like and you've never tasted it. I could equate it to things that you have experienced maybe and give
And I
you
could
some
choose to disbelieve you.
vague idea.
Because I'm like, oh, well, that's just anecdotal. Your taste buds are weird. I'm going to go talk to this other person. They say it tastes different.
Yeah.
So therefore, since you counteract each other, I don't believe either one of you.
Yeah.
Black licorice doesn't exist.
There's no way to scientifically prove that I'm uncomfortable. We could make associations between
Yes.
people who say
Correlations.
that they're uncomfortable and certain things that are going on in their body, you know. But it strikes me as being incredibly naive, and I do think that some atheists make this mistake, that they identify a correlation between moods and chemical states in the mind. And there's definitely a correlation.
Yeah.
And so they say, therefore, fear is a chemical state. That fear is the result of chemical states in the mind.
Ice cream sales increasing causes murder.
Yes. To me, it's kind of like if somebody had no idea how computers worked, and there was an argument about whether or not there was actually a motherboard and a processor, and you had the Christians believing.
So here's the trick that you have to be aware of.
Okay.
Kind of a counter argument to what I've said.
What?
In this context, we know that if you increase ice cream sales, like you increase, like say, serotonin, someone's behavior changes.
Okay.
So we know that there is an impact. The chemicals do impact to some degree how the person's behavior. I just want to put that out there. Right. The question is it a one-to-one impact? Or, well, whatever. Is it truly the only thing, or is there another thing going on, supernatural in this context, that is also impacting it?
I know personally that if I, say, go for months without having caffeine and I have a cup of coffee, I have this serotonin rush where everything seems really interesting and really cool. And there's some part of me that's disconnected from that. That's going, right now my mind is thinking that certain things that were boring before are really cool. It's just kind of like the pain. Oh, right now my body's telling me I'm in a bunch of pain. And I'm sort of disconnected from that.
And so, in this case, right now your body's telling you you're in the opposite of pain more than you normally are.
Yeah, but
It's
to
a
me it's like,
state.
it's like you talking to me. If you were talking to me saying, everything's amazing, everything's really cool, and I'd be like, whatever, you know?
Right.
Or a dog barking at me, you know? I can hear it, but whether or not it's like whether or not I align with it, or it's almost like if I'm believing it. My body says, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. Like when your body's like telling you to stop running. Your body's screaming at you, don't run, you know, you're hurt,
Right.
you need to stop. And you're going, yeah, I'm not listening to you, body. You're making a choice beyond that. Could be based on
Right.
some other carnal desire, but...
And here's the thing. Would you say that from, in your opinion, that disconnect is proof that you're saved?
Not
Or born
necessarily.
again? Okay. I want to clarify. I didn't think it was. Because
It's related, though. And
I think that might perhaps be proof that you have a soul.
Okay.
And that's what I think.
The idea that there are people who don't have souls. I've heard that. It's like an intuition that a lot of people have. And we've all met people who we'd swear are just NPCs. You know? Seriously, it's like that guy, I think that guy's an NPC.
Yeah.
he seems to be a creature of pure instinct.
And unable to take a step back and look at himself and observe his chemical state, let's say.
Yeah. No capacity to think.
Perhaps what we're talking about is a soul. Having a soul in this context is the ability to some level, intentionally regulate or influence the chemicals in your brain. If we were trying to say this is what a soul is, but this is the impact on your physical body of a soul from the evolutionary perspective. So the question is really, is it, and it keeps going back in my mind, is that something that is completely explained by evolutionary biology? And if so, I understand that theoretically it might be, but has it been scientifically proven?
I don't think it can be scientifically proven or disproven, because I don't think science has access to that domain. Just like within the simulation, you don't have the ability, within Minecraft, you don't have the ability to build a machine that will turn off the computer. Well, I guess you could, or lift the pencil up on the desk.
Right, you could crash it.
You could cause it to crash. But
basically, the question is, what is it about the soul or supernatural that is testable within our? And is there anything? And if there isn't,
the correlation between.
And I think there must be something.
The correlation between fear and neurochemical things happening. I remember I was driving down, busy street, and I saw a car just out of the corner of my eye for a split second. It looked like the car was coming towards me. It wasn't. It was a trick of the eye. And saw it, reasoned, it's not actually coming towards me. Then I felt all of the adrenaline rush and my whole body starting to shake and, all that sort of stuff. And it's like there was a perception, there was a belief, and then there was a chemical trigger, and a whole bunch of things happened chemically to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's me sitting there going, I'm experiencing an adrenaline rush, and my body's starting to shake. And, just my sort of disconnected third-person way of being. There is a kind of experience that happens in the spirit that is, I believe, and it's subjective, but I'm convinced that it is completely distinct from and separate from anything that is chemically going on in my body.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the ability to appreciate beauty. I don't think you have to be conscious for that.
Yeah.
Or when a memory is triggered, and it's like I can't even explain what it's like, but this quality of an experience, the ability to appreciate an experience. There may be chemical things that are going on that happen as a result of that, kind of like oxytocin and love or whatever. But the experience itself, I believe, is something that exists outside of chemical states in the body.
Or at least can be only explained by. Right.
Yeah. And I don't think you'll ever be able to detect those things with physical instruments.
I think it might actually be quite possible to prove that only physical states are influencing that. I don't know how we would begin to do that, but I think it's because you can prove that something only is being influenced by something. Or at least to a very significant degree.
So this thing is the cause of the chemical states. Kind of like I saw something, I saw the car that I thought was coming towards me. The chemical states were caused by that. It's certainly not the other way around.
So the question would be, well, no, and that's the thing. Maybe the chemical states do cause that emotion. Is it possible to replicate that feeling?
It's possible to replicate the feeling of the adrenaline rush.
Well, sure. Yeah. But I'm saying, because that's a whole different thing. Because that's where you're emulating it, right?
Is it possible to replicate the feeling of nostalgia, or appreciation, or?
I got your shirt down here.
Our professional studio quality recordings.
Yes. We found a better wrap up here shortly because it's
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to address, the oh, it is time to go. Dang it. I came up with, I think one of the number one dangers with AI is that people will put confidence in it
Yes.
that's misplaced. And they'll say, well, who are you to question this super advanced artificial
That's
intelligence?
99.9997% accurate.
And it's, for those of us who have actually built systems with AI and we know how stupid it is, we have plenty of reason to question it.
And how little we actually know how it works.
Right. And the kinds of mistakes that it makes because it's been fed bad data.
Right.
And the kinds of problems that they're having, like Google, was not hiring any women because all of the data that they fed it was based on previous hires and they tended to hire only men. And so
Right.
it was automatically weeding out all of the... It's like, why is our AI not recommending any women for hire? Well, because it's using the data that it was given, and Google had not been hiring any women. And there's a lot we could go into that. But anyway, so the image of the beast, which I believe could be AI, it's not necessarily absolute, but everybody is forced to bow down and worship this thing, and it speaks great blasphemies and all this other stuff, right? Anybody who does not bow down to it, in other words, fall before it and agree and submit to it, and receive the mark that represents that you have submitted to this image. If it is an artificial intelligence, which it
a
seems
strong
like
artificial intelligence, or
it appears to be a strong artificial intelligence. It may even appear to be conscious. It says that he was given power to put life into this image, and then the image spoke and made the decision to kill people. So it's given kill decision, it's given life, pneuma is put into it, and it's given the ability to speak.
and we have to keep in mind, why can a dog decide to kill something? A dog, in a lot of ways, can appear conscious. So until we know that difference,
Yeah, I know.
But yeah.
Anyway, so for the uneducated, I came up with the three laws of the robot apocalypse. The first one is, don't let the AI determine the rules of engagement.
Yes.
You know,
And
don't try
and
to
that's
arm
the
wrestle
thing.
with a KUKA, right?
Right.
You know what a KUKA is?
No.
Those gigantic automotive robots that can lift several tons.
Right.
It's like
Exactly.
If you're gonna fight with it, don't arm wrestle. Just shut the damn thing off.
And
Don't
it's not
unplug
going
it.
to... Yeah, exactly. In Robot Apocalypse, the more creative you are, the harder the robot's going to... The better you're going to do. If you do the same strategy twice,
Uh-huh.
robot's going to be able to beat your pants off almost every time, if it's a decent...
If the flight simulator is going to kill you in every case, walk up behind the plane before it takes off and put a bomb in its engine.
Right.
You know, don't let it decide the rules of engagement.
Or if it's... Yeah, or use submarines instead of vehicles or other planes.
Yeah.
If it gets really good at something, yeah, it means it's going to be guerrilla warfare where you're constantly going from one tactic to the other. And so you have to figure out super rapid prototyping.
So then the next law, don't anthropomorphize it. It's like it's just a state machine. It's just a bunch of marbles finding the low spot in a floor. It's going to do what it's going to do because
And it's going to do that better than you.
Yeah. So if you draw a face on the killer robot and say, "Oh, it's so cute," you know, and you start thinking that it has human rights because it has a name, and you put skin and hair on it and called it Sophia or something like that. No, it's still just a state machine. And when it's determined to kill everybody, if you make the mistake of thinking that it has feelings and emotions and stuff like that because it has things that we associate with consciousness,
Right.
then
And surely because it was created by humans, it will pick up on their sense of morality.
yeah. Anyway, so don't anthropomorphize. So there was one other rule, and I wrote it down here. Maybe we should have this conversation again later. Don't confuse intelligence with a state machine programmed with an ideology. Okay, so that's a little bit more complicated.
It
So
sounds to me like just a subset of Rule 2.
if
it's
somebody, like, let's say a Marxist,
Oh boy.
some Marxist woke snowflake decides to create an artificial intelligence to regulate speech. Okay, they have taken their ideology and they have trained a state machine. And this state machine starts identifying the terms that we should and we shouldn't use.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to the uneducated, who they don't understand what AI is, there'd be a temptation to say, well, it says we shouldn't use these words. Who am I to question a super advanced artificial intelligence? No, it's just a state machine that has been programmed with somebody's ideology.
That just sounds to me like still 2A.
Which is what?
Don't anthropomorphize.
It's a different idea. Assuming
It
that
kind
this thing
of
is smart,
It's an extension of.
maybe they're related.
They're
but
very
I
strongly related.
I do think that it's a different idea. Like if you think, I don't want to blow up the Terminator robot because what if it's sad? That's a different question. That's a different thing than I'm going to go with the wisdom of the artificial intelligence because who am I to question a super
Perhaps a
intelligence?
better formulation is the intelligence will inherit the biases of the data it was given.
Right. It's not making a
It's
good
trained.
decision just because it's an AI. It could be
Right.
that it is just
And
doing
I had a
what it was trained to
conversation
do.
with this subject specifically with someone who's convinced that a general AI cannot by definition have bias. No matter what data you give it, it will make a perfectly rational decision. And I don't even think I can even partially agree with that idea. Because I'm not sure that you can even you could say that an AI makes rational decisions, no more than people do at least. Because it's in the same way that we use our intuition is basically how neural networks work, I would say.
Well, the
Usually.
rules are always put in. The win condition is described. And if you
Right.
you give a win condition to some social engineering artificial intelligence that is equality of outcome, everybody has to make the same amount of money. Well, it's biased because it has
Right.
been given an ideology as a win condition or a method for closing the loop. What is the state we're trying to achieve before we can close
It's
this
the
loop?
paperclip maximizer issue. If you tell it to make paper clips, and its only goal is to make paper clips, it will make paper clips, and it will do so until it has literally turned the entire universe into paper clips.
Mm-hmm.
So, perhaps it's,
Don't confuse intelligence with somebody's ideology that's been programmed into it, I guess.
I would say, and this is where it comes to the bias of the machine that it was trained with.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to be missing things that you expect humans to have. Like you'd expect a human to think, oh wait, I have bias here. Maybe I should not maximize paperclips by killing everyone on the planet. Maybe instead I could put everyone on the planet to work making paperclips. And by using a system of capitalism, make it desirable for everyone to make paperclips. I will make them tons of resources in return for paperclips. I will turn paperclips into the currency of the world. Therefore, I am maximizing paperclips by turning all these people into intelligences.
I was talking to an insurance salesman, and we had temporarily let our insurance lapse, and they said, okay, well, because we had switched cars or something. And they said, well, according to our computer system, we have to treat you as someone who has never had an account with us. And I said, I've had an account with you for 20 years. You're going to give me this rate as if I was a new customer. Why? Well, the computer doesn't give me the option to do otherwise. And I said, okay, well, tell you what, that software, that was written by a person who made that decision. So you're a person, right? You can make a decision, right? Well, no, because the computer won't let me. And as a developer, I'm just going, this is so stupid. This is people exalting.
And you know what?
Some ice cream?
Thank you, Hannah.
And you know that decision was made out of convenience for the developer than anything else.
Probably. He wanted to leave early, or there was a cute girl, and
So it wasn't even a good
he
reason.
just finished it. And
It wasn't like okay, we are deciding to make this decision and not allow this because we want to save money. It's, we can do it later.
Yeah. So when you've got like the whole world is falling down and worshiping the image of the beast, guaranteed it's going to be that kind of thing. It's going to be like, well, who are you to question a super intelligent artificial intelligence, or
Well, I don't even necessarily think that it has to be intelligence. It could just be an individual
yeah.
who seems to be super smart and makes lots of predictions that come true. And we've seen that sort of behavior in the past. You'll have cults. Who are you to question our cult leader? So there's no need for it to be an intelligence.
Who are you to question the pastor? Look at it. Look at how tight his jeans are. Look at how skinny those jeans. Do you see the way that he's... Look at how big the church is. How could you say that he's wrong? Well, because he's stupid, you know.
Right.
It's going to be that kind of situation. So that's a mistake that I hope people won't make.
Mommy!
I think we better wrap up. A while ago, I'm guessing.
So we'll call this part 2. Our shirts magically changed somehow. Even
Same
though,
day.
Yeah.
And we just decided to call quits for like half an hour. Then we
And change our clothes.
Yeah.
So this is part 2, right? So the part of the reason I wanted to have this conversation is because of Revelation 13, which there's some other stuff in Daniel that talks about how mankind will run to and fro throughout the whole earth, and knowledge will greatly increase in the last days. And that certainly has happened with the age of computers.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea of computers having some role in the end times is implied by the verse in Daniel. I can't think of what verse that is, but it's easy to look up. And in Revelation 13, where it talks about the image of the beast and that it's given a mouth and the ability to speak, I have been thinking for a long time AI could certainly explain that. And if it happens in our generation, then it would be really unlikely that it's not AI. But let's just read this passage because I think it relates to our conversation. So it says, I stood on the sand of the sea, this is Revelation 13, and there was a beast that rose out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, 10 crowns upon his heads, the names of blasphemy. The beast was like a leopard, feet like a bear, mouth like a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and his seat and authority. Those symbols all mean something. The leopard, there's some reference to a leopard not being able to change its spots. Neither can those who are accustomed to doing evil turn and do good. And a bear devours, and a lion represents power, and the dragon is, deception or related to the devil. One of his heads had been wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed by Neuralink. Not necessarily by Neuralink, but it's possible. I mean, you look at the link between artificial intelligence and end times technology and what Elon Musk's company is doing with Neuralink, how it could heal any kind of brain injury. And so one possible scenario for how this deadly wound is healed, this head wound, could be Neuralink or something like it. Microchips implanted in the brain that stimulate the parts of the brain that have been damaged, and it's considered miraculous. And that technology, if you hear his company talk about Neuralink, it is nothing short of miraculous. It's amazing what it can do. You could even hardwire yourself to, your brain is connected to the internet. So you have instant, immediate access to all of the world's data, and it's just right there. You don't have to look it up on your phone. You just think about it, and there it is. You could surf the web in your mind. And it's realistic technology. And it could cure Alzheimer's. It could cure damage caused by, lobotomy. It could cure psychiatric illness. Basically anything that could be wrong with a person. Supposedly, they believe Neuralink or, hardwiring computer chips into your brain could fix that. So it's not necessarily what's going to happen, but it's one plausible scenario for how this deadly wound could be healed and how the beast gains all this respect because of what happens. They worshipped the dragon, which gave power to the beast. They worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" So some kind of world power. There was given him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given him to continue 42 months, which is, 3.5 years, I think. So he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme the name of God and the temple and them that dwell in heaven. And he was given the ability to make war with the saints and overcome them. Power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. So this is a global thing. And all that dwell on the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of the life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. People who are not destined for the kingdom of heaven will worship him. So you've got this two camps here. You've got the world worships the beast, and then you've got those whose names are written in the book of life, who are destined for the kingdom of heaven. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. He that leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He that kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. When all of this stuff is happening, basically vengeance will belong to God. Those people who make war against the saints, they will be overcome. There's another beast that had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spoke like a dragon. He exercised power, the power of the first beast. He caused all the earth and all them that dwell on the earth to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. So he's some kind of a, big deal. The whole world knows about this guy. He's got this head wound that's healed. The second beast, which is some kind of a power, is like a lamb. He causes the whole world to worship the first beast. He does these great wonders so that fire comes down from heaven in the sight of men, some kind of miraculous thing. He deceives them that dwell on the earth by means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by the sword and did live. So there's an image is an icon, is an idol, is a statue, a painting. It's just something that is made by the works of men's hands that looks like something. So imagine a statue, imagine, in our generation it could be something like a virtual face. It could be an AI connected to one of these robots with silicone skin. It could also just be rock that's possessed by an evil spirit. Who knows? But something is made that is given the ability to speak. He had power to give life to the image, and it's actually the word life is pneuma in the Greek, which is the same word for spirit. And spirit has kind of a broad meaning. Spirit could be a function. It could be like, if your function was to gain power, somebody has a spirit of lust for power, then that person sets out to conquer. You could program a computer with something like that. So, because pneuma has this sort of broad meaning, it could actually be a program. It could also be something like a demon-possessed computer.
And if it is the case that, let's say, that we can't replicate souls or spirit, then that would make sense.
Yeah.
Because then it would be the magical AI that no one's been able to make because it's, let's say in this case it's demon-possessed or something.
Yeah.
And it would fit within that framework of you can't actually make a general AI without a soul of some sort.
And given the fact that there is literally no difference between the most advanced AI that we can even imagine and the marble that rolls to the low spot on the floor, it's just a cause and effect chain. It's either a mechanical cause and effect chain, which you can make a mechanical computer. They're slower than electronic computers.
Well, you could not even just that. You could make a neural network computer with a mechanical computer. In fact, in some ways it could actually be easier to do.
It would be bigger.
It'd be
and
bigger,
slower.
absolutely. But like for example, the randomization, it ain't hard necessarily.
Yeah.
If you have it all mechanical.
You can make it out of tubes and valves. There have been computers made from valves and water and pipes. And it's just a machine that has a lot of possible states, can receive an input, which is we manually or by some sensors or some stimulus set a whole bunch of states. Those states trigger processing and they have an output. And that's all that a computer does. It does it really fast, and it does it on a microscopic level, and it does it with the electricity. But it's just an electric machine with lots of switches. You could make identical things with water or mechanical things or whatever. There's nothing special about computers that suggests that they could somehow become conscious, any more than a mechanical machine with lots and lots and lots of switches could somehow become conscious.
Right.
It's just a marble rolling along the floor. It just does that because of the forces that are in play. Electricity does the same thing. Electricity moves along the path of least resistance from negative to positive.
Yeah.
It's just like water running downhill.
I could see a potential argument. I have no real opinion on the matter other than I could see a potential argument where electrical based computing system or whatever could be prone to some quantum effects, which could debatably be a contributor to consciousness.
If there are quantum effects that are not planned, that are happening in a standard computer like the ones that we're recording this video on, they would be considered a glitch.
Oh, I agree.
So they're not working the way that they're supposed to.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying that I could see an argument where that would be something that you would see on a electric-based computer rather than a mechanical computer.
Yeah. So if we have a glitch, something unintended happens to our computer, and somehow miraculously it becomes conscious.
Well, let's be honest, in some way, that's kind of what neural networks are, is it's you're basically maximizing the glitches until you get glitches that are consistent.
It would have to be a
And work
glitch
in
in
the
the
way.
hardware, though.
Right. And that's what I mean.
Neural networks are not glitches in hardware. Neural networks
Well,
are
why-
randomization that's not
Right.
completely predictable.
but why can't you have a hardware-based neural network?
You could, but we don't have that with our current computers.
Right. And also you have to keep in mind, the neural network where it actually stores the information there's a physical location for it.
Mhm.
And that it could be affected by quantum processes.
I would argue
I'm not
that-
saying that it's probable, just that technically I could see an argument being made that could potentially have some validity, that is a fundamental difference above and beyond just scale and speed.
I believe, though, to say that is kind of like saying, here's something we don't understand. Because we don't understand it, maybe it can become conscious.
Right.
It's
I agree, that's basically
here's
what
a
the
mystery
argument
box.
is.
We don't know what's in this box. Therefore, it's possible that whatever's in that box could become conscious on its own.
Right, but to be fair, we're not sure we totally understand what consciousness is, so it's kind of its own mystery box, and we've got another mystery box, and it's like, this mystery box interacts with this computer more than it interacts with this computer, so maybe this mystery box also is interacting with but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Until
unknowns and
until I've heard some argument that suggests that there is any reason we should believe that your Microsoft, computer, your AMD motherboard, whatever this thing is that you've got, could suddenly just wake up and start having its own opinions. I'm going to say that it's not possible because
right.
what is it? It's a machine. It's a state machine. It's just a cause and effect chain like your, a VCR or
And
a
I don't
DVD
disagree.
player.
I'm just saying that if it were possible, it would be more electronic computers would be more prone to that being impacted by quantum property or processes than a mechanical one would be,
Yeah,
for example.
and maybe a quantum computer could become conscious. But again, maybe it could. Maybe
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe whatever's in the mystery box could become conscious. It's possible as far as we understand, but that's just because we don't understand it.
Right.
It's like
Theoretically, it's
a
possible.
5-year-old kid saying, well, maybe the car can run without an engine. Because a 5-year-old kid doesn't necessarily understand the engine. He
Right.
doesn't know what's going on inside of a car. We don't know what's going on in quantum states. So we're not really qualified to say whether or not it's even possible for a quantum computer to become conscious. Because first of all, we don't know what consciousness is, and we don't understand quantum computers, really. We may be able to leverage them to do something
Right.
useful,
We have some pretty solid guesses.
right? But we don't really understand what's going on or how it relates to consciousness.
Yeah.
So, for the time being, though, I would argue that since regular old computers are just state machines, they're never
Right.
going to start having opinions. You wouldn't have the marble just stop and say, I don't want to roll to the low spot on the floor.
Right.
Suddenly it forms an opinion. The
Well-
idea of the rolling marble suddenly forming an opinion is
Right.
just as plausible as a standard computer suddenly becoming conscious and forming opinions and deciding I don't want to go there.
Well, and that's where the quantum part comes in. If you have a quantum marble, it might decide, actually, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to. It'll just stop and go in the opposite direction. Because at that scale, things are weird.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but again, I don't buy the argument myself, just I see a potential path for that argument.
I would say you're more likely to have consciousness come out of a quantum state than any standard state machine.
Yes, and that's basically my argument. Well, not even my argument, it's the argument I could see being made.
Yeah. But that's, I don't know, it's kind of like saying that a snake appearing out of thin air is more likely with a quantum computer than
A quantum
with
snake appearing out of thin air is more likely than a traditional snake.
a standard computer suddenly causing a snake to materialize out of thin air.
Right.
We're talking about things that we don't understand, so who
Right.
knows? One of the things to consider, though, is because people anthropomorphize, that's a hard word to say, people might believe that something is conscious just because it appears
Yes.
to be.
Because it suddenly reversed. Didn't do the same thing that it did previously.
If I
The same inputs.
took a piece of paper and I cut it up with scissors,
Mm-hmm.
nobody would think anything of it. If I took that same piece of paper and I printed a picture of a kitten on it and I cut through the kitten's face and around the eye holes and stuff, it seems kind of barbaric. It's like, what? Why are you doing that? That's weird. And it's because now we have something that we associate with suffering. This kitten's face being cut in half. Well, it's still just a piece of paper. It has some ink on it. But we've projected empathy onto it because it reminds us of something that's alive.
Yeah.
I saw on Vsauce, which is a YouTuber, he had these hex bugs, and he would bring one out and set it in front of a person and say, okay, I want you to smash that with a hammer. And people are like, okay, no problem. They'd smash it with a hammer. Then they did this with a control group and nobody had any problems with that. And then they did the exact same thing, but they said, this is Henry. And they said, and we're going to let him run a maze. And they gave people some time to familiarize themselves with the bugs, to name them, to interact with them, to play with them. And then they said, okay, smash it with a hammer. And like almost nobody could do it. They just could not bring themselves to do it because they were anthropomorphizing. So when these, you got this computer program, if you paint a face on it, suddenly it's like, don't delete it,
Right. And then people are like, oh, well, it did a smart thing. That looks like a human. And that's why I actually disagree with the Turing test. Because it's easy to convince people that you're dealing with another human.
Yeah. I think I could probably in about 10 minutes write a chatbot that would pass the Turing test from scratch.
Right.
Really easily. I'd just say, look, I don't want to have this conversation right now. And then that would be the one response it would give. People would be like, oh yeah, that's definitely a person.
Right.
Because it's not responding. And it might even say something like AFK.
Right.
Going
or
AFK.
you could have say, hey, my name is, and then give it a human-sounding name.
Yeah.
And then, how is your day? And then just have it literally pre-programmed with a few responses.
Yeah. Or like, the phone's ringing. I'm sorry, I have to cut this short.
Right.
I mean, how many people are going to vote, oh, that was probably a real person,
Yeah.
Because you know that if we're trying to see if this passes the Turing test, and we've got some control, some real people, and then some chatbots, you expect that the engineers are going to write a chatbot that carries on a longer conversation and tries to appear human.
Right.
Whereas a real human is more likely to say something like, I'm not going to have this conversation anymore. So people are just being, oh, obviously that was a real person,
Right.
It's just, it's kind of dumb, but I think it'd be super easy to do that.
And I know that's kind of silly because like, oh, well, there's an argument. Well, you have a human, they're actually the one writing the chatbot and telling it exactly what to say in this context, so therefore it's not really... You have a human passing the Turing test, but...
Yeah.
So you don't but still, it's... Right. If you were
Well,
to ask, is this a person, or was this a pre-programmed set of lines? with a couple basic if statements. And a lot of people probably, like you said, they go, oh yeah, that's probably a person. Even, like, I mean, you talk to kids, especially kids. I mean, I've been dealing with kids all week. They will anthropomorphize anything. I mean, you give them a rock and you put googly eyes on it, and they will literally act as though it's a human.
And it has a soul.
Right, and
Yeah.
they will say mean things to it. Not that I did. And they'll act like you just said mean things to an actual human, and it's not even
They
like
get
a...
offended.
Right, it's not even like they're just pretending. It's like there's a level up below that where it's like they actually, to some level, believe it.
So it's almost a guarantee that there will be legislation to protect the human rights of some state machine that's been anthropomorphized.
I'd be surprised if that's not already the case.
Well, there's already
I mean,
laws that are being drafted for this because
I know of laws that have already been put in place where in certain cities, a robot that is traveling along the sidewalks has the same legal protections as a human, such that if you damage it and if you destroy it, it legally within that city could qualify as murder, or at least
I mean, destruction
assault
of property I
or
could see.
battery.
I mean, if you destroyed somebody's
Right.
car or
But it's specifically the robot. It's not like it's a car. You have to specify it as a robot, and then it's so like I guess you go, my car's a robot. You destroyed it.
Yeah, I hadn't put a lot of forethought into this, but there are definitely rights that are exclusive to humans. The right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. If you started taking rights that are exclusive to humans and applying them to artificial intelligence because it's been so heavily anthropomorphized, I would say we've ventured into the realm of stupidity based on ignorance. Because people don't understand how AI works, they think that it's conscious when, it's not. And
Right.
there was another experiment that I saw where these kids were introduced to a bunch of different kinds of artificial intelligence, and they were given the opportunity to interact with it and play with it and whatever. And the degree to which they humanized the things was pretty high initially. Then the kids were given the opportunity to train the robots with their own data sets and saw the kinds of errors that they would make based on the data that they were given. And after that level of understanding was increased, the kids no longer equated them with humans. They saw that these are just machines that are prone to error, that are mimicking or behaving in the way that they have been programmed or trained to behave.
Yeah.
When you see that, then it's like the level of stupidity and anthropomorphizing drops as a person's understanding of what the AI actually is increases. So,
Right.
and that's part of the reason for this conversation, is that we don't want people in the future to ascribe intelligence or human characteristics or consciousness or
Right.
suffering or empathy to a machine. And we especially don't want people to confuse a pre-programmed ideology with intelligence.
Right.
Right?
Well, and that's why it's so important to actually figure the words that you mean out, because a bar, I do think that there is value in having a bar for, yes, this machine actually is intelligent, and it actually is conscious, and it can actually feel pain, so it's effectively a human. But at the same time, I think that bar needs to be extremely high, and you need to be able to thoroughly prove it. But in order to do that, you have to have very well-defined terms before you start working on the AI, because if you try to tweak those terms to better fit with the AI, that's where you can easily run into an issue where it's, oh, yeah, this term, I may have accidentally, because of my own biases, not gone down an argument to properly define it.
Yeah.
And so then you could easily end up in a situation where it's like, well, you've defined pain as trying as a knowledge of being in an undesirable state, for
Yeah.
example, which I don't know of a better definition.
Well,
other-
unfortunately, there's no way that we will ever be able to conclusively prove that something is or isn't suffering. If it appears to be suffering,
Yeah.
that's all we have. I mean, how do we know that animals really suffer? They
Right.
appear to.
Well,
They shy away from things that we would shy away from that would hurt us, since we have this subjective experience of knowing what pain is, and we see the same kinds of behaviors that we ourselves engage when someone else is going through the similar circumstances. We assume, well, I feel pain and that thing's acting just like I do when I feel pain, therefore it's feeling pain. But you could make a computer do that.
that's easy, relatively.
You could make just a completely pre-programmed, no AI, no neural nets, nothing even fitting any definition of artificial intelligence can appear to be lifelike.
Right.
A mechanical doll.
Not even if statements, just it does this.
Yeah,
this,
just
this,
a pre-programmed
this.
set of movements. And we would treat it like a human because it appears to be conscious. It appears to be reacting to pain or whatever.
Right.
We even empathize with movie actors when they appear to be in
Right.
pain. When, they're not. And it's just a recording
Not
on
usually.
a DVD.
Well, yes. Well, if you want to go there, yeah. Well, and it's
It may come down to a practical decision at some point. Or it may, and I could get behind something like this. Like if you were to create a beautiful statue that's just amazing, this amazing piece of art that you've made yourself, and you take it to a public place for people to admire it, and then you violently smash it to pieces with a hammer in front of everybody, and to the point that children are crying and people are running away screaming, and everyone thinks that
you
you're
think you're
mad.
doing that a little bit too much, I think.
You might be accused of something like creative mayhem or some. It could be an actual crime. It could be illegal
Disturbing
to,
the peace.
yeah, or just disturbing people in general. Even if you own the statue and you have every right legally to destroy something that is your property, but if you're doing it in a public place and in a way that's offensive to people or disturbing people, or if you're doing it intentionally just to bother people, then there might be some law in place that's reasonable that would, make it illegal to do that. And because an artificial intelligence or some kind of robot that's, cute and adorable and cuddly, hurting it in some way could be offensive to people, I could see laws protecting it because of that. To me, that would be reasonable.
Right. Well, and I would, like I said, I know of a city that I'm pretty sure there are already laws for that effectively.
Yeah. Where's that? What city is that?
Near
It has to be like Eugene, Oregon or something.
where I live.
Hmm?
The city I live in.
In this city? Oh yeah, that's right, because the city that we live in is very forward thinking when it comes to
Right.
artificial intelligence.
So the argument, as I recall it, was to promote R&D of robots around the city, mostly. So it wasn't necessarily we want to actually treat robots like humans. It was we want to incentivize R&D companies to make robots and have them walk around the city. And so they basically, by doing that, the law in the way they did, it gives the robots far more protections
Mhm.
than otherwise they would normally have.
And these laws are created in hopes of attracting technology companies
Yes.
to the city. And I know that there's some really liberal laws regarding self-driving cars also.
I wouldn't call them liberal unless you mean permissive.
Not liberal in the left-wing sense, but permissive.
Yeah. Yes.
Giving self-driving cars more leeway in this city than in other cities.
As I recall, you literally don't need a person in the driver's seat. Now, I don't think that's the case technically on the freeway because it's not city property.
Yeah. So this verse, it says, he had power to give life to this image. So imagine putting something like a spirit into something that is man-made
Mm-hmm.
so that it's able to speak. And when it speaks, it causes as many as would not worship it to be killed. There's a whole lot of controversy right now over whether or not an artificial intelligence should be able to make the kill decision. So drones last I heard, the kill decision actually has to pass through a real human.
Yeah.
And there's laws currently.
And there are practical reasons for that. If I recall, it's because the computers, the AIs, don't have a sense of morality, and so they can make decisions that, like, oh, there's a target, and it's super high priority, kill on sight.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in a church surrounded by children who have done nothing. Right? A human would take that in and be more likely to go, oh, need to take that into account. But in the moment, in order for the AI to take it into account, it has to have been fed training data like that.
Yeah.
And so it's just massive amounts of work to be able to basically produce a large enough set of data of these situations it might be in. And I mean, it could be little things like, oh, is that location that you have no idea what might be, like, it's a room that's locked, you have no idea what's in that room, but it's right next to the person you're wanting to kill. Maybe it has children in it, you don't know. And then AI will be like, probability low. Let me just do it.
Yeah.
But that's because it's like, okay. It's just so much data it becomes impossible to create a program to be able to do that.
Human beings have to make those kinds of decisions also.
Right.
And one of the arguments for using AI is that AI doesn't have those kinds of biases.
Right. If your goal is to almost guarantee the death of the individual, regardless of consequences, AI is your answer.
And things like friendly fire or accidental civilian casualties, this happens when human judgment is in play.
Right. And I'm not saying that humans are perfect, just that they are, I would say, generally better at taking into account the greater context.
Humans tend to err on the side of caution.
Yes.
So,
most.
For example, in dermatology, which I'm doing that project in dermatology with the neural nets, the artificial intelligence is a lot more accurate than the best doctors. And part of the reason is the doctors will err on the side of caution, or the doctors will err on the side of, this is going to make me more money, so we're going to go ahead and call this one melanoma. Even though it might not be, may not have even been biopsied, but I get this much money for doing surgery on it, and if I send the person on their way, I don't get any money. So accuracy is higher with the artificial intelligence because it's not influenced by erring on the side of caution.
And so it basically gets rid of some of the biases.
Yes. That's part of it. But part of it is...
But it'll have its own biases, I'm sure. Cause
it could. It's, in some cases where their biases isn't really a factor in the human judgment, the AI can be trained to outperform the humans anyway. Right. So if you have enough data and enough time and enough iterations, it's almost inevitable that the kill decision made by the artificial intelligence is less likely to be friendly fire or cause collateral damage or something if the AI makes a decision versus if the human makes a decision.
Right.
If the AI is 99% accurate and the human is only 80% accurate, then at some point it's not going to make sense to let the kill decision be determined by the human. Just like...
Well, with the exception of ethical and moral arguments, let's say.
But the training... People are going to give examples, and they're going to give every variable that they can perceive.
And it's totally possible to have an AI. Literally all it does is has literally hundreds of thousands of hours of training to deal with these circumstances and make the call whether or not it's a good, clean hit or target, for example.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have individuals who are trained to that level.
Right.
That's just not going to happen. Maybe there would be benefit if we were to, as a society, say, all right, in person, we are going to hyper-specialize you to such an extreme degree that literally no one else in the world will be able to come even close to your set of experience. Mm-hmm. And will guarantee you employment using this. Not this experience of yours. But I don't know if we can even pull that off as a society. And if you were to do that, you could make AIs less useful. And then it'd be, oh, you have to do this paperwork. So this person is really good at knowing this specific thing. This person's really good at doing this, and you just kind of feed it down a chain of people, and they can each, basically you make a network of people where each person functions as a super competent portion of that process. Which would be kind of like what you do with a neural network. It's just, what's easier? Training a person, training an AI. Probably training an AI.
Yeah.
But that's when you're talking about stuff that we know AIs can do.
Yeah. Which is just about anything, really. AI can learn anything
Right.
that can be at least vaguely defined.
Right.
If you can say this is good, this is not good, this is what we're going for, this is not what we're going for. If there's a way you can
this
describe,
is more desirable than this.
yeah. If you have
By
some vague notion of
0.01%.
what correct is, then you can train an AI to do it.
Right.
If you have some way of feeding it the data.
Right.
So
So
it's almost inevitable, though, that, like with hiring and firing, there are companies that are using AI that will go and they'll comb the internet and find everything on social media about an individual, all their work history, all the data, basically their virtual footprint. The AI can find all of that information, can take far more variables into account than any group of humans ever could, and can make better decisions on whether or not a person should be hired or fired than any team of, any board of directors, any group of human resources people could ever make. So for a company to hire or fire someone based on the opinions of their smartest people, instead of hiring and firing based on the information that the artificial intelligence can process, doesn't make sense. The AI
Right.
is way better at that than any humans ever could be, just like,
sort of.
well, it's going to get to that point.
Well, so here's the trick with that one. Let's say you write an AI that's absolutely fantastic at picking the strongest candidate based upon just purely meritocratic methods.
Mhm.
Well, that AI is not going to pick the ideal candidate based upon, let's say you are like, oh, we have an underrepresentation of a certain minority. Okay? In that context, unless the AI was trained to take that into account, then it can actually be difficult to train an AI to do that change, because you have to start almost over again, potentially. Well, you would have to start over.
What ends up happening a lot of times is you select certain individuals who are hyper qualified to perform a task, and then in order to be legal, you take whoever you have to in order to meet the requirements of
Right.
what do they call that?
Affirmative action?
Yeah, affirmative action. In every company, it's a small percentage of the people that do most of the work anyway. And the larger the company, the
Yeah.
fewer the
Oh,
people
yeah.
that actually do the work, and it's on an exponential curve. So like if you have a company of 10 people, 8 people do all the work. If you have a company of 10,000 people, 100 people do all the work. That's just the way that it,
Yeah.
statistically, this is almost universally true, that there's this exponential, like a fall off of what percentage of the people do all the work as the company grows. So it wouldn't matter if you have to hire 10 black women for affirmative action, even if they're not doing anything,
Right.
and you have enough people that are competent to offset that. And it has nothing to do with whether or not black women can be competent. It just has everything to do with the fact that affirmative action requires you to hire based on something other than whether or not a person is qualified for the job.
Right.
It also
Well, and-
attempts to remove, like, racism. Because there are people who wouldn't hire someone because the person is a woman, or wouldn't hire someone because they're black, even if they're more qualified. And this
Right.
also happens.
Right, of course.
So there is a place for those laws, or at least there
And
is
the inverse, of course.
something
Where
behind
people will
those
hire
laws that
people
isn't.
who are less qualified because of their skin color.
Yeah.
But that's the problem, though, is let's say that you have an AI, it will, if you give it a set of, let's say, 10 people, it will always pick the best fit based upon the meritocratic, meritocratically it'll pick the best person regardless of skin color and other social factors.
Yeah.
Okay? If you do that, what do? In order to actually get the candidate who meets the requirements that you want, you need to tailor the input data to be, let's say, to overrepresent, let's say, black people. Okay, and if you do that, theoretically you're increasing the probability that it will spit out a black person over someone who's white.
But if you're
Asian.
smart about how you train the AI,
Right.
if you have something like affirmative action that requires you to hire a certain number of Hispanics who are female who have had a sex change to become male and then became gay from or some
And who are also
some
transracial.
weird obscure minority group
Right.
thing that the AI can take a sampling, a pool of those kinds of individuals and pick the best person from that pool. And that's probably what it would do in order to make sense. I'm not sure that it really matters
Yeah.
for the
Can we
purpose
pause
of
it
this
for a moment?
discussion. Yes. So we kind of went down a rabbit trail on affirmative action, but
Yeah.
something that I was getting at, Elon Musk talking about self-driving cars, I believe him. He knows what he's talking about. There will come a point when automated cars, self-driving cars, are so much better at driving than human beings that it will be like in the movie Minority Report, where he decides to drive manually, and they're like, "You're you're out of your mind." Yes, self-driving cars will become so much better at driving that it would be suicide to try to drive. I mean,
Well, and also, even because then, once you get almost all cars, if not all cars self-driving,
they can network.
right, exactly. I mean, imagine going through a four-way intersection and not stopping,
Right.
any of the cars stopping.
They wouldn't need to, because they've already planned it. You could have cars going at 70 miles an hour passing within inches of each other perfectly safely.
Right.
Because self-driving cars and
Or at
computers
least more
can-
safe than current. Well,
Yeah,
what we currently have.
they could do that. There may be some variables.
Or imagine
they
going
may,
70 down a street, basically, just like a residential street.
the speed limits will change when every car on the road is a self-driving car, obviously.
Or you'll have, carpool? No. Self-driving. If your car self-driving, you can go through it, and it's like, oh, yeah, now you're going 120
Yeah. It'll
instead
be...
of 60.
It might take time, and it could be people will be resistant to it for so long that it might be a turnover of a generation before people will be comfortable with having all cars on the road be self-driving. But
I think my generation is going to be the generation that'll be comfortable with it, or at least be willing to adopt the specific roads are self-driving.
certainly we will have a good percentage of cars self-driving
Even in
within
10.
the next few years.
I wouldn't be surprised to see 1-2% of cars self-driving within 5 to 10 years.
And we will get to a point where self-driving cars are vastly superior to human drivers.
Well, and I think we're pretty close to, if not already at that point.
Yeah.
The biggest issues, I think, at this point are actually legal and image. So people being scared of them. And
Yeah.
then also, if it crashes, who's responsible? The person who programmed it?
Yeah. Or the situation or something like that.
Right. And
But
so
it-
that still has to be hashed out. I think those are the bigger limiting factors.
But even if a self-driving car is only half as likely to get into an accident as a human driver, as the average human driver, which is very attainable in a very short amount of time.
I know that one. We're already well past that.
Okay, so we're
With
past
some
that.
tests, at least.
It doesn't really make sense to prohibit self-driving cars from being on the road. And at some point, we will realize, when self-driving cars are 1,000 times better drivers than human beings, it won't make sense for human beings to take the risk to drive the cars themselves.
And we might not be far off from that percentage.
We've already
For
handed
some.
over You remember when, maybe you aren't old enough to remember this, but it used to be that to start the old pickup, you had to pump the gas pedal once and then hold it down 1/4 of the way and then turn it over and then let the gas pedal up. And there was this ritual that you went through in order to get the vehicle to start, and it was different depending on the outside temperature, and that was something that you manually had to learn and you manually had to do. And now it doesn't matter what the temperature is. You don't do anything with the throttle. You click the button on your key and your car starts.
Right.
It's been handed over to the machines, and the machines are so much better at temperature and pressures and fuel and all that sort of stuff than we could ever be, that it's not rational for people to try to manually do something that the machines are much better at. And there's kind of a curve there. It's like the complexity of the task and how long it takes for the machine to be better than humans. But the machines will always become better than humans at things like this. Because of this,
especially if you, well, certainly the case if you're looking at, let's take a large subset of humans.
mhm.
Yeah.
So when we get to the point that government and legislation has been handed over to the machines, because it will happen,
Yeah.
anybody who questions the legislation handed down by the machines is going to be like the person who still insists on starting their car manually, pumping the throttle this many times. It's like that is so outdated, that is so archaic, that's barbaric, that's caveman thinking.
Mm-hmm.
To let humans make decisions about human rights, about social laws, about whatever.
Well, and that depends on whether or not you care about, let's say, what's the term? Whether or not you look at things philosophically or pragmatically. If you look at them pragmatically, this is the end result, it doesn't matter how we got there.
But the AI will be telling us whether we should be looking at things philosophically or pragmatically. Because the AI will be smarter when it comes to these kinds of things.
Tell us.
Or people will think that it's smarter.
I suppose it could tell us that, but I don't think it would. It would be the pragmatic approach. That's how the AIs would work. Is because it's all about correlations. The AI doesn't look at, human rights, what is the benefit of human rights? Like, philosophically, why do you want human rights? It's, you want human rights because human rights make people behave in certain ways. And so therefore it's not that it doesn't base humans having a specific, right, except as far as by them having this right, or privilege perhaps, they will, let's say with guns, okay? An AI might argue that guns, it is a right for people to have guns because that gives them the ability to defend themselves when they're attacked by a robber. And that's beneficial for society because that means that society doesn't have to pay as much money for police enforcement because, let's say, this person over here lives a mile up. It's a 30-minute drive for any police officer to get to their house.
Mm.
And so that will be a loss to society if that person doesn't have a way to protect themselves.
You know how we gave examples in the previous video, or maybe earlier in this video, depending on if we put these two together. The AI identifies this dog as a wolf because it's in the snow. It's making a stupid decision based on something that we didn't understand what it was looking at. There are probably far more examples of the AI being able to identify something correctly, whereas a human wouldn't have been able to identify it correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Based on things that it's observing that we may not even be able to quantify.
Right.
There's no way we can represent what it's seeing.
Or things that we wouldn't even be willing to represent, like skin color.
Right.
It's, for all we know, if you were to make a robot, an AI, what was that? I think you called it Compass.
Yeah, there's that.
For all we know, it's basically, is the person black? If yes, roll a dice. If it's 1 to 97, they're guilty.
Right.
For all we know, that's the functional logic that the thing is doing.
The correlation between ice cream sales and murder.
Yes.
If they're both caused by the heat, but you don't have heat as a variable, you could still look at, have ice cream sales increased?
Right.
And if they have, then the murder rates have also increased. And you can get something that is accurate. Even though they're
Sure.
not, ice cream sales don't relate in a causal way to murders, they
Right.
do relate in a correlative way. And so to make a judgment about the number of murders that correlates to ice cream sales is still useful.
Right. And that comes from the pragmatic argument, I would say. But if you're taking the pragmatic approach, that's perfectly acceptable.
Mhm.
The problem is, what happens if there's some other confounding variable that changes causally the sale of ice cream? Like, for example, I don't know, a new law is put out that makes you can't sell ice cream.
Mhm.
Then that would completely mess up the AI, because it suddenly thinks, oh, we don't need to have officers out and about today because there's not going to be any murders because there's literally 0 ice cream sales.
Yeah. And those kinds of things could happen.
Right.
And they probably will happen in preliminary versions of AI when those kinds of decisions are being
Right.
given over
well,
to
and
artificial intelligence.
preliminary, but only, I would say, because of the lack of a large enough data set.
Hmm. But these things are going to get better. So I'm going to make a prediction, and I think this is completely reasonable, that as machines improve at things like flying planes or driving cars or something like that, there will come a point when if you don't do what the artificial intelligence says that you should do, people will say that you are insane. People will say that you are dangerous. And more will be handed over to computers and algorithms to make these kinds of decisions. So it could go so far that the computer will know everything about you, all of the information that it's being fed, and the amount of information that is being collected is increasing all the time.
Mhm.
New ways of collecting data are constantly appearing as people
Yeah.
become more
And
intimate
it's
with their
functionally
technology.
impossible if you're ever doing anything with anyone who was on the internet to not have some information being released.
So a computer has been following you from the time that you were born. It knows all about your predispositions and your habits and events and everything that's been documented, and it can take all of these variables and make sense of them in some useful way, and it can tell you will be happiest as a plumber, as an electrician, as a social worker, as an engineer. And the computer will tell you, this is the job that you should have, this is the city that you should live in, these are the people who should be your friends, and it will be right in far more cases than
80 out of 100 times it's right, let's say.
far better than any
Which
person.
is pretty good.
Far better than any parent or
Right.
sibling or friend or whatever. When
Far
that
better than
happens,
someone trying to guess for themselves, even.
when that happens, imagine we have singularity computer. We have some super advanced artificial intelligence that everybody knows about that has access to everybody's data, and let's call it ACI as in Antichrist image, or AGI as in artificial general intelligence, or the beast. It'll have a big old 666 on it or whatever. So this computer, even as I'm thinking about it, it's like if this computer has all this information and it's come to this decision that says that I would be happiest if I lived in Des Moines, Iowa, well, I would be kind of dumb to argue with it. Just like I'd be kind of dumb to try to start the engine based on how many pumps of the gas for the machine's better
Right.
at that.
Now, I agree with your prediction, but I also disagree. And I disagree because I think we're already at that point in some very specific fields.
Okay.
Well, like you said, the decision of going against starting your car manually,
Hmm.
right? And so it's a question of at what degree is it your entire life? And
There will come a point when ideology is being determined. So everyone should have,
this is
equality
the
of...
ideology that will be the best thing for you to believe.
Yes, and AI will come to some determination based on something, and because of the level of confidence that we can have in it, anyone who will not bow down to the AI and do exactly what it says will be considered a maniac or insane.
Right.
And we don't know to what degree this thing will be intelligent or just biased because of the ideology that has been fed, and will lose the ability to distinguish the difference between intelligence and pre-programmed with this ideology.
Right.
So
And at that point, I imagine there'd be an argument. What's the difference? Why does it even matter to argue that?
Yeah. So let's, if we're speculating here, this Revelation 13:15, where it talks about the image that's given the ability to speak, and everyone is forced to worship it, and anybody who refuses to worship it will be killed. It's a very plausible scenario that you have some kind of artificial intelligence that's been given some sort of ideology that's now handing down laws and jobs and where you should live and who you should marry and etc., etc. And anybody who disagrees with it would be considered insane because this thing is going to be so much smarter than a human being. But there's this infected ideology
And I
that's
could even
behind
see
it.
that appearing within 5 years from now, to varying for specific parts of that. But you wouldn't see
I can't
one.
see the whole world
No.
getting behind this like this year.
No.
But I could see the whole world getting behind it like in the next 20 years or even in the next 5 years.
Certainly, yeah. 5 years, I think, would be the minimum.
China is close to doing that already. They're building this
Social
system,
credit score, yeah.
the whole social credit score, and
It's
all
not
the
quite
data
what
that's
you're talking
collected.
about, but it is.
It's approaching that.
Yeah.
And the social credit score is legislating people on an individual basis based on algorithms. So it's really similar. And if this system ends up working really well and people are happy with it and it cuts down on crime and it cuts down on the expenses of police and it cuts down on the expenses of the legislative process and it ends up making a better society overall and it works really well, then again, why wouldn't other countries adopt something similar?
Right.
I mean, if it's great. So the only people who would be crazy enough not to worship this thing, which to worship means to fall on your face before. It means you are higher than me. It means this is smarter than me. It's making a conscious decision that this thing is smarter than I am. I am no longer better qualified to make this decision than this computer. It would be really, really difficult when it's evaluating what effect religion has. Because all of these things are variables, and religion is a huge factor in the way that people behave. And the way that society and culture and civilizations develop is profoundly influenced by what's predominant. What are the predominant religious
I'm not even sure. I
or philosophical?
It'd probably be quite fair to say, or accurate, I'm not sure to what degree, that religion might be the number one factor for how people behave.
So if this thing determines that if somebody wants to hold on to a religious ideology, then those people are dangerous and they should be incarcerated or put to death.
Well, now, to be fair, I argue that everyone has a religion, and if you do not have a religion, well, I'm not even sure that it's possible to not have a religion of some form.
If you're going to argue
But-
that atheism is a kind of religion, which obviously it's a semantic question,
Well,
people behave in very religious ways and they have
right.
irrational faith in atheistic ideas. People
Well, and I
put
mean,
those kinds of that kind of irrational faith in evolutionary biology and
well, like, okay, here's an example for you. Would you say that you have faith that the Earth is round?
I have a memory of watching a lunar eclipse as the circular shadow of the Earth passed over the moon. So, and lunar eclipses happen from different perspectives.
Right.
So people at different places on the Earth are seeing the same circular shadow. And if the Earth is a flat disk, then you wouldn't see a circular shadow regardless of who's observing it from what point on the Earth. You would see sometimes a flat shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse.
But there are other potential explanations for that. I don't agree with them, but there are other potential ones, and you have faith that ultimately they're wrong. I mean, I have faith that they're wrong. Just like I have faith, for example, that, I don't know, if I get in a car, someone's not going to shoot me the moment I get in my car, right? Or, like, for example, that I have faith that my computer will turn on if I press the power button. Or I have faith that my computer's not made up of, it doesn't have someone who's remoting into it and is actually doing all the calculations by hand. It's ultimately, you have faith in almost everything. So I don't think
if you're
religion
describing
being
faith, if you're going to define faith as, I don't know this for absolute 100% sure, but
Right.
there's a point when it becomes so impractical to keep questioning it and thinking about it and trying to prove it that it's just a waste of time, and so it's most likely that the
Right.
Earth is round.
And I think that's the definition of faith that most people use today in Western society.
Yeah.
Unless they're conflating it with theism.
I don't know. In the Bible, faith is, in the Hebrew, is the word emun, which means certainty, assurance, trustworthiness, absolute, tested. I mean, it's a word that implies something that is certain and grounded and sure. Faith in our culture has come to mean the opposite. It means believing something in spite of evidence to the contrary, or believing something like taking it on faith. Biblically speaking, faith has exactly the opposite connotation in the Hebrew. And the word emun in the Hebrew, or amen, which is where we get our word amen, it means, so be it, it's sure, I'm certain, I'm confident. It also is used to mean obedience. So obedience and faith are the same Hebrew word, which I think is interesting, because it means that if God has said it, then it is certain. And if God says you must do this, it is certain that you must do this. So there's no such thing as, yes, I believe God wants me to be honest, I'm going to go ahead and lie. That doesn't exist in the mind of the Hebrew. And in the Greek, it's a similar thing. The word pistis in the Greek is the word for faith, and it has a very similar idea behind it that we have examined, we have tested, we are certain, we are confident. So it's translated as believe, confident, certain, tested.
Right. So in this context, what is different between, for individuals, let's say, their faith in God, the Christian God, and their faith in this AI?
Well, faith in an AI would be
Right.
very practical.
Right.
Just like my faith in the electronic ignition system, and
Exactly.
it's just practical. It's like, why would I try to go back and manually do something that the computer is so much better at?
Right.
That we have an RC car that you can set the traction control, and it will monitor the throttle based on the slipping that it detects. It's a lot more stable to drive it when you turn the traction control on. If you turn it off, the thing is just, it's squirrely, it's just crazy, it's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I drive it without that if I wanted to have good control of it?
Right.
So I let the machine make those decisions for me. When it comes to like handing down, there are so many examples that we have where machines are better than us. And in some cases the machines are so profoundly, so much better than us that it would be stupid not to let the machines make the decision. When AI is applied to religious ideology, or which God is most likely the true God, or if there's a God at all, or does it make a better society for people to be Catholic or Christian or atheist or something like that. When the AI starts to make these kinds of decisions, and when we're no longer able to really figure out, is there an ideology behind the decisions that it's making? Has it been pre-programmed with the biases of individuals who were training it in the first place? We lose the ability to know. But this thing is so good at everything else that it says, if you want to have faith in Jehovah God, the God of the Old Testament, then you are a danger to society you will lose the rights and privileges of being a member of society. You'll no longer, your social credit score will go down to nothing, basically.
Right.
The Bible seems to be predicting that something like this is going to happen.
Well, and your earlier prediction about that people will think of it as silly as to not do what this AI tells them to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why you can't use the same words, well, different words, say, and it being your prediction is that people will treat an AI as God.
Yes.
I think it's functionally the same statement. It just has some deeper meaning to it that I think is actually more predictive, let's say.
If you think of God in a pragmatic way, not
Well,
necessarily
no,
as...
even based upon the argument you used from a Christian, so you have the faith being obedience.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Even
Faith in the
do
AI,
that.
obedient to the AI.
Right.
The AI has
Exactly.
decided how the best way to start the car. Well,
So-
I trust the AI.
So these
It's
people
good.
have faith in the AI from the biblical usage of the word faith.
Yeah. The AI has decided I will be happiest if I become a tap dancer and I move to New Jersey. Well, it's probably right. So I'm
Right.
going to go ahead and do that. And suddenly AI is writing everybody's destiny, and anybody who questions it is an idiot.
Right.
And at that point, it's like you have bowed down to it. You have worshipped the image, provided that our speculations are correct, which it seems
Right.
really likely. It's definitely plausible.
Yeah.
And if
Or at
this
the very-
scenario
yeah.
happens, I would point to this verse and I'd say, this is what this verse is talking about. And we're headed towards that. We're on...
I would say it's very high probability.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be certain, but that's kind of hard to be certain for a lot of things because I could see other potential interpretations,
Yeah.
or things that would fit well within what
And calling it God
I don't.
wouldn't be far off in some people's minds.
Right. And
If
I
you-
would say, at least from a Christian background, people would be treating it as, well,
You know who Michio Kaku is?
Not heard that name.
He's a scientist who... There's a few of these scientific prognosticator type people, like Ray Kurzweil, you've heard of, I assume. He sort of coined the singular... I think he's the one who came up with the term singularity.
Can't remember
Or at
off
least-
the top of my head.
He has probably the most... what people consider to be the most accurate prediction of when singularity will happen. And for those who don't know, singularity is that point when artificial intelligence is smarter than a person, or smarter than the combined knowledge or intelligence of all people, and then begins to develop an artificial intelligence that's better than itself. And then there's this exponential explosion in
Well-
intelligence.
I would say, actually, in reality, the singularity can just be the point. The singularity begins at the point at which an AI is sufficiently intelligent to design the next iteration of that AI, and that next iteration is smarter. Because once you reach that, and it's able to actually create and implement that AI,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be able to make an even better one next time, and you get to a point where you make a dumb as bricks AI that's just barely smart enough to make a better AI, and I know someone would do this, and you could run it through 100 iterations, and it's from literally one night, you'd think that it's like a cat level of intelligence pretty much. The next morning, it's smarter than a person. Because it gets faster and more efficient with the information it's provided each time.
Google has already done this with narrow AI, where the base algorithm behind the neural network has been designed by people in the past. This artificial intelligence experimented with randomizing base algorithms for neural networks and came up with one that was significantly better than itself. And as far as I heard, they had done it for one generation. So it's one improvement. This new one wasn't then applied to come up with a better base algorithm.
Good thing.
But it was only done in narrow AI, and it's basically, it was testing the ability to create base algorithms for neural networks. So if that becomes generalized, then it could happen tomorrow. It could be tomorrow we have the singularity. It's theoretically possible.
Right. And or it could even be in, like, let's say the AI was turned on now.
Yeah.
In 5 minutes, maybe you'll be at that point. I mean, we wouldn't see the practical effects for a while, but
There's a
and that's the
handful
danger
of
of it, is it's you get to a point and then it just runs away and there's nothing that humans can do about it once it reaches a certain point.
right.
Um,
But there's a handful of names out there if you look for scientists who are also kind of scientific prognosticators. Like Elon Musk is a scientific prognosticator. Ray Kurzweil is one of the biggest names. Michio Kaku is out there. There's a guy, he is this Chinese guy who worked in AI. He wrote a book called The Art-elect War. You can look him up based on the book. Michio Kaku was asked, do you believe in God? And he said, yes, I believe in God. We just haven't invented him yet. And a lot of scientists have taken this position.
Yeah.
There's also, connected to this is transhumanism, which Elon Musk with Neuralink is already doing transhumanism, where we connect ourselves to technology.
Personally, I'm more of a fan of that, just because I think AI is less dangerous, actually.
Yeah,
It allows you to effectively elongate the singularity or travel alongside the singularity. It
Yeah.
basically lets you, by extending the capabilities of humans as much as, the more you extend it, the more difficult it is to actually reach the singularity point at which the computer can be stopped, or it can't be stopped.
We're just making a more efficient interface between the person and the singularity when we directly
yes. Once you get
tie
to
it in,
that
right?
singularity, it's allowed to run its course.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
If you think about the Christian who has surrendered their life to God, which I went through a process where I began to understand from reading the Bible, the way of man is not in himself, it is not in man that walks to direct his own steps. We are stupid. We're not good at choosing our destiny. And in the book of Jeremiah, where it's talking about this, the idea is God's law is better for us than whatever comes out of our own hearts. If you follow your heart, according to the book of Jeremiah, you're a moron. And the word in Greek, raka, best translates as moron, which is, fool. Calling somebody a fool is a big deal. You're in danger of hellfire if you say that. It's the word raka, and it literally translates best as moron, I think. Anyway, side note. When you surrender your life to God, you're bowing down and you're saying, God is better at making decisions about how I should live my life than I am. He's smarter than me. He knows my future. He understands the depths of human psyche. He understands our biology. He understands how the world is hung on nothing and what he plans to do with it in the future. So basically, he has so much more knowledge and understanding of how things work that if he says to you something like, you should not lie to people, you're an idiot if you lie to people. If he says to you, you should consider other people as more important than yourself. Well, if you think of yourself as more important than other people, you're saying God doesn't know what he's talking about, and you're an idiot, again. If you say that stealing is okay as long as nobody sees me, and God says, no, stealing is not good for you or for the person, well, again, whose judgment are you going to defer to? Obviously God. So one of the functions of God, practical functions of God, is decision-making. Like moral decisions about just pragmatically, how do we live our daily lives? And if AI is now making these kinds of decisions for us, then AI has replaced God in that role. And if, like, the Christian believes in the resurrection of Christ as being like the pivotal point of what Christian faith is. Mm-hmm. If it weren't for the resurrection, we wouldn't know what eternal life is. We wouldn't have the promise of eternal life. We wouldn't have the hope of resurrection that frees us from the fear of death. We wouldn't be free from the fear of death and therefore free from the lusts of the flesh that enslave us to carnal desires and sin. And so the resurrection is this pivotal point where God has made his case. God has furnished proof that we can place our faith in him completely, even in the face of death. And if he says doing the right thing is going to get you killed, that's okay, because he promises resurrection. So you've got this eternal life is a function of God. God is the one who is going to give us eternal life. But if singularity through transhumanism gives us eternal life, then singularity, or the artificial intelligence, has taken the place of God in the promise of eternal life also.
Mm-hmm.
So as a point of faith, trusting in the artificial intelligence for how we should live our lives, trusting in it for the best kind of morality, trusting in it for the best sort of ideology, trusting in it for the promise of eternal life. It's like, yes, in for all practical purposes, singularity will be just like God in almost every way.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody who does not bow down to worship it will be considered foolish. So the society reaching the point globally that if you do not bow down before this thing, you're insane and you should be stripped of your privileges and rights as a human being. You shouldn't be allowed to buy or sell. You could even be put to death. There will come a point when that will make sense to most people.
Mm-hmm.
And if it were possible, I would say it would deceive even the very elect of God, people who have anticipated this because they've been reading, the Bible and have a relationship with God and some level of interaction with Him. It's going to be like even myself, it's like, if the AI is this much smarter in the way that you should start a car, why wouldn't I trust it if it says that I should?
Right. And that's a very short but slippery slope.
Yeah.
To go from there to, it is God effectively in your life, and you even think of it in that way. But then you have that other dichotomy of, but I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
But it's like, wait, the way you think, the way you act, in all ways but you don't think it's a literal supernatural being, shows that you're actually worshipping this AI. And so you have to be very careful about that, because it's, like you said, I would say it's a rare person, actually, who would say, hey, no, I'm not going to treat it as God.
Yeah.
And actually stands up and doesn't treat it as though it's God.
It might also be a slow burn kind of a thing, slow fade. The frog in the boiling water, where we're just going about our daily lives, we're handing more and more decisions over to the machine, and we look up one day and we realize that our entire lives are being governed by this machine.
Yeah.
And we notice that we've got the mark already. And it's like, how did this even happen?
And it started as just a fitness app that told you when you should
Yeah.
go, what you should eat, when you should go for a jog.
Yeah.
And slowly they added more and more features.
Who to avoid, who you should be friends with,
Right.
who you should marry.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not even like a conscious effort. It's just, wait, what? I didn't mean to realize I did that,
Yeah. If tomorrow Bill Gates came out and said, we've developed a computer that we're calling the Beast, and we've got legislation backing it, and you'll have to take this mark at 666 on your hand or your forehead to acknowledge that you are worshiping it, and if you don't worship it, you're going to be put to death. Nobody'd go for it, because it
Some
would be...
people would, but not
well,
many.
some people would...
They'd
But there would
probably do
be
it more for
enough
me.
protest that it would not. It would go over like a lead balloon with a good percentage of the population.
Yeah.
But if it's something that's a lot more subtle that you just take for granted, like the fact that we have a computerized ignition system on cars, and
Right.
it just makes sense, then most people aren't even going to know. I would say that the vast majority of people in the world will not recognize the mark of the beast as the mark of the beast when it happens. They will not recognize the image of the beast as the image of the beast when this thing is given the mouth.
Even when they are actively looking for it.
They won't recognize this world power with a head wound that was healed. They won't see it as being the thing from Revelation. There's probably only going to be a handful of people in the world who know what's going on, who still remember at this point
Right.
when it happens. Especially if that happens, 50 years from now, and the trend of putting religion aside for more practical things like, pursuing technology and immortality through technology and that kind of stuff.
Which, this does bring up a question. Let's say we do have a situation like that, where you slowly have technology. how do you be a Christian and still have that technology? Is it even possible to be Christian and have that technology?
Well, as
You can identify like, oh, shoot, this technology is telling me to act, and I'm following. Is it basically you need to figure out? Here's a set of commandments from the Bible, and if the technology tells me to break these, I don't break them. Otherwise, it's just convenient, and you have to be watching constantly to make sure that you're not breaking that set of rules. What is it? At what point does it become? When does it turn over and become functionally your God?
if you look at the people in the stories from the Bible who followed God, who listened to the prophets, for example, and behaved according to the will of God, like take Ezekiel. God told Ezekiel to shave his beard off and divide it into 3 groups and burn some and cut the rest of it up with a knife and the rest of it sew into his garment. He told him to walk around naked. He told him to lay on his side. He told him to eat bread with human dung in it. He told him to do all of these crazy things that an artificial intelligence would never tell a person to do. And that's
Probably not.
Probably not. And that's just one example of a person who was following God.
Well, now, because see, here's the thing. I actually do have the opinion that when you're in a certain situation, the only way to get out of it in some cases, like if you have a certain belief, the only way to actually get out of it is to be so incensed that you actually take an action out of a purely emotion that does not work, but you have to do it based upon that belief. And then that's the first stepping stone. And so
it's like you're in a rut and you're just walking in the same.
And you're following the rut, and that your belief says you should follow, and then so you keep going, but you're going so fast you don't realize, oh, I should.
You start to die inside. You start to lose feeling. You're a robot. You're going through motions or whatever. But you're in the same.
The only way to actually get out of the rut is to get so much energy by keep on going, that you might actually accidentally go out of the rut, let's say.
Or just do something crazy.
And that's what I'm saying.
You realize your life is in a rut. You realize that you've been conditioned to think and behave in a certain way. You've lost your soul. You're just going through the motions. You're jumping through hoops, and every day is the same. And so it's like you just up and move to Alaska one day.
Right.
You do something radically crazy that jogs you back to reality and wakes you up.
One of the ways I could see an AI saying, oh, you need to go eat bread filled with dung, because just doing that thing might get someone to go, what the hell am I doing? And just be enough to get them to actually go out of that rut.
That might happen. I guarantee.
But that's a whole tangent that's not really related to what we're talking about. Kind of is.
I realize we haven't established beyond any reasonable doubt that God exists, but I do believe God exists, and I suppose I could go into it. Given that the God revealed in the Bible does exist, if we just take that for granted and assume it, I guarantee that God is smarter than any AI ever could be.
Right.
And I have not lived my life based on practical wisdom since I was 19. And in reading stories like Ezekiel and Jeremiah and Isaiah, I saw that these people did really crazy things because they had a connection to God, and when God said, I want you to do this or that or the other thing, like he spoke to Abraham and said, sacrifice your only son. And God said, Abraham said, God's smarter than me. He knows what he's doing. If he asks me to do this, I'm going to do it, because he must know something that I don't know. In the book of Hebrews, it says Abraham must have believed that God would raise him from the dead, because God had made a promise that he would be the father of many nations through this son, whom then he told him to kill. So, must be going to raise him from the dead, because God's going to keep his promise. Anyway, I started living my life that way when I was 19, and I surrendered to God. In a prayer, I said, God, you want me to move to Africa tomorrow? I don't care. Nothing's off the table. But I don't think that I am qualified. My parents are not qualified. My friends are not qualified. Nobody is qualified to decide my destiny except for you. So whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Just make it clear to me, but I give you my life. And my life went from this to, it was chaos from that moment on. It is still chaos. but it's guided chaos. And there are ways that God does communicate with. And it's like anybody who heard the full details of what happened after that, who didn't think that I was lying, would be an idiot not to believe in the reality of God. And I kind of view it that way. It's like, if I was not 100% certain of the reality of God at this point, I would have to be a complete moron. And I'm pretty sure I'm not a complete moron. And if you go and like look at some
You
of
fool
the...
me sometimes.
I may have my moments of impressive stupidity, but you can go and look at me, giving talks at international software conferences, and I'm at least competent in certain areas enough that I'm not insane. And I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But as a relatively competent person, I would be an idiot if I didn't believe in God at this point. So when the point comes, when we face this reality that we either do what the artificial intelligence says or we're going to be put to death, I don't see it as being that different from when God was interacting with Jesus. And God said, I want you to go to the cross. And Jesus said, that's really going to hurt. Are you sure there's not another way? If it's possible, let this cup pass from me. But he said, nevertheless, thy will be done. I don't live my life based on practical wisdom anyway. I haven't since I was 19. I live my life based on my best understanding of what is the will of God for me. So when God said, pack up and move, and I'll show you where you're supposed to be when you get there. That's what we did, and that's how we ended up here. And I govern my life that way. I sit in the prayer closet, and I do my best to...
Don't eat that in your room. Just a second. Excuse me.
No problem. We're just recording.
I do need to get going here shortly.
Okay. When it comes down to the whole image of the beast thing and whether or not you're going to bow down to the AI, the people who have become accustomed to interacting with God, like the prophets of old,
Dad,
who... Yes.
how do I restart my computer? It's been having problems.
Hit the Windows key and the power icon and click restart.
Except this thing, I can't click it. My mouse won't work.
Oh, well, hit Control Alt Delete.
Okay.
Or
And-
Control Shift Escape. That opens up Task Manager.
Okay, whatever.
Sure. But sometimes you do have to do Control Delete because it can make the computer, it interrupts the computer.
So, the just shall live by faith. And faith, it means you have to know God. You have to have a way of interacting with God on a personal level. Because the artificial intelligence can tell you things like, don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat. And there are many people who will agree with it in every way. Oh, everything that the AI says agrees with the Bible, so I'm going to do that. Except that when you're actually walking in the Spirit, the things that you do sometimes go well outside just governing your life by practical wisdom. And that kind of lifestyle where you interact with God, where you spend the time in the prayer closet, and you get direction from Him, and you act on it, and you do crazy things like fly to another country without a plane ticket or the money, which I did. Or, move your family into an RV and start driving with no idea where you're going to go, which I did. Or walk up to a random stranger with information that you have on them, there's no way you could possibly have it, and you're 100% right, and you have to tell them because when you're interacting with God, this is the way things are. This is something that the AI will never be able to do. And
Wow.
Daddy,
It could make it appear like it's able to do that. For the most part.
Dad.
Because it could manipulate individuals into making it possible. Like,
Yeah.
for example, it has information on you. And it has information on this other person. It gives you information to say to that other person.
even if, as you're interacting with God, God says, yes, I want you to do this, and the beast image has also said to do that, well, then what the beast image has said is irrelevant.
Right.
It's just not part of the equation. It could agree or it could disagree, but it's not like I'm going to do the opposite of it. It's not like I'm going to do what it says. It's just not how I'm making my decision on any level. Oh, so now it is recording.
Okay.
So my closing thought, really, our only hope of not bowing down and worshiping the beast is to know how to walk in the Spirit. And for that, you're going to need to know how to have an individual relationship with God where you know where He's leading and He is directing your life directly. I mean, yes, by biblical wisdom, but also through a personal interaction where He's literally leading you, or you're following where the Spirit leads, like in the book of Acts. In the book of Acts, you look at how the Apostle Paul was led around wherever the Spirit led him. Peter was led by, visions and dreams and etc. They had a way of interacting with God, hearing from God, and they followed that. And it didn't necessarily make sense, and guarantee there are going to be times when where God leads you is going to be a completely different direction than any artificial intelligence or any judicial system or any whatever could lead you.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
so learn that. Learn how to walk by the Spirit. Otherwise, you're going to end up worshiping the beast and you won't even know it.
And you'll think that you're
Doing the right thing.
Yeah.
You'll be thinking, this is moral, this is great.
You may even be thinking that you're following God.
Yeah. You might not realize that it's idolatry. It's like idolatry is a subtle thing. Before you know it, you feel a lot more peace in your life because you have a whole lot of money in the bank. Well, if you feel more peace because you have money in the bank, then that money is an idol, by definition, and your faith is in mammon. And you cannot serve God and mammon. It's one of those things, and suddenly you're letting the computer make decisions for you in a domain that is reserved for God, and the thing has become an idol in your life, and you won't even know it. So, I mean, it's a really dangerous thing for Christians, for non-Christians, for the world. I mean, for the elect. It's like, if it were possible, the elect will be deceived by this thing.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
you have any closing thoughts?
No, I don't think so. I think you can't get much more profound than that.
All right.
Pretty
Okay.
good way to end a conversation about AI.
Yeah. What should we talk about next time?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't either. Blue whales. All right. So look forward to the blue whale conversation.